Hello, one and all, and welcome to episode 14 of Taboo. Looks like we got a whole bunch of people in the Facebook chat room, which is awesome. Hello, people in the Facebook chat room. And I see a lot of comments in there, and thank you, Robert, for telling them basically what we were going to talk about. I am your host, Zan, and with me, of course, is Alex. Alex, say hello.
Hello.
Oh, I seem really loud today for some reason. But today we are going to be talking about the Amazon and other things. First off, the Amazon. So this is something that bothers me greatly because up until I believe it was yesterday, there was basically nothing in the mainstream media about it at all. For those of you who don't know or are hiding under a rock somewhere, the Amazon rainforest is something that provides nearly, 20% of our oxygen, 30% of our oxygen, somewhere in there, is on fire.
That's nice. And on top of that, they're constantly cutting it down, but that's another story for another day.
Yeah, and we'll get into that. I got some videos I want to play to show you guys some of the information about the Amazon rainforest, because it is pretty important, right? So we got thanks for commenting on the graphic. It's good. It took like 2 minutes to make, but anyway, so not only that, but 30% of all species are in the rainforest, etc., etc. Now, there's a great deal of, I'm going to use the term conspiracy as to who/what started these fires. Some say, oh, it's just a natural thing, etc., etc. I call bullshit, even.
It's called trusting your gut.
Well, and here's the thing, right? Okay, so every year, yes, there's some fires and stuff in the Amazon, but it has never been this bad. And I believe one of the videos that we're going to show it actually lets you know it's like literally about 80% more burning this year than what has in the past. So, that's kind of a big thing, because nobody wants to wake up one day and not breathe. So, first off, I do want to say I did see this today that Colorado, the state that I am in, yay, Colorado, is actually sending one of their ginormous tanker planes to the rainforest. To the rainforest to hopefully help put it out. Pardon me, the Brazilian government is spending thousands and sending hundreds of thousands of people to fight it. Jeffrey, I don't know what you mean by louder. If I get any louder, I think I'm going to break somebody's eardrums. You might want to just turn up the volume, maybe? I don't know. I can't hear what it sounds like, so I can tell you. Also, so we got here, there's a lot of, interesting. It's showing it kind of low down there. Let's turn it up here, maybe just a little bit. That's the different thing. So yeah, I don't know why it seems so low. At any rate, sorry, got off kilter there. I'm going to go ahead and start with a couple of videos. Let's start with the first one, which is going to be the news coverage here. This is a fairly recent thing from the news.
And amid global concern, French President Emmanuel Macron is now calling on world leaders at the G7 summit to put those massive fires in Brazil's Amazon at the top of the agenda this weekend and direct resources needed to help Brazil put them out. For his part, President Trump says the U.S. is ready to assist with those containment efforts. Christina Coleman joins us live from our West Coast bureau with the situation that really is causing concern. Hi, Christina.
Hi, Eric. Well, thousands of miles of scorched forest, hundreds of burned trees, and giant plumes of smoke so large they can be seen from space. It's all part of these big fires. Today, Brazil's military was deployed to help fight the flames. Fires are common in Brazil during its dry season, but scientists say they're more widespread this year, up by 85% compared to this time last year. These NASA images show Brazil swathed in smoke from the vast fires. Brazilians and other South Americans have taken to the streets demanding the Brazilian government take concrete action to stop the fires. The loss of biodiversity, land, and the risk of health problems from air pollution are all big concerns.
I don't have enough air to breathe. I can't sleep. I feel really bad, and sometimes I don't even eat properly because of the lack of air.
Brazil's National Space Research Institute doesn't have the exact number of acres that have burned so far, but says between January and August of this year, deforestation as a whole resulted in the loss of 3,751 miles of forest in Brazil. That's larger than the size of Yellowstone National Park.
What is happening in the Amazon is a crime. It is an environmental crime. There is a law that protects the Amazon and protects the forest. There has to be guards, there must be environmental police and people controlling illegal deforestation in the Amazon. But that is not happening.
President Trump offered help to fight the fires, saying the U.S. stands by, ready to assist. So it will be interesting to see what other world leaders might have to say about these fires at the G7 summit.
Okay, so we're talking miles upon thousands of miles of damage to the rainforest. It's sad. It's very, very sad. Yeah, see, and that's what I'm kind of getting to here, Dylan, is that, or Dion, sorry, is that lasers from satellites or planes. There's a lot of conspiracy about who and what started it. Some people were saying that it was started simply from, like, you know, loggers and people doing their normal things. But this fire is way too damn big and way too out of control to be part of that. You know what I mean? So I am of the mind that it was set to form some agenda. And why I think that is because it wasn't shown in media at all anywhere until just recently when it was brought up at the G7 summit. Why is that?
Because everything's about an agenda. Yeah, I think the first time that I actually saw something on it was on Twitter, and it was in lieu of the G7 summit, and it was President Trump saying that he is at the helm, ready, willing, and able to help Brazil in any way he can with getting it under control. And that was probably 5 days ago. So that was before that hit the news at all.
Oh yeah, I know. And it's like there is nothing, even still, it's very minimal, any coverage, and it's always about the G7 summit and how they just finally decided, oh, hey, we should probably do something about this and call the world into order. That's a bunch of crap. Now, I don't know how many of you guys out there happen to watch those what if videos that you see all the time. Trump started the fires. I kind of doubt that. Kind of. I'm not discounting it 100%, but I really doubt that's the issue. But I do want to show you this one too. So let's take a look at it.
How long would it take for the world's largest rainforest to burn down? If we don't do anything to stop it, we'll soon find out. The Amazon rainforest creates 20% of the Earth's oxygen. It's home to 30% of the planet's species. And it holds the secrets to treating some of our most deadly diseases. If we destroy the Amazon rainforest, the consequences would be disastrous, and they'd be felt all over the world. Could we survive without it? Why would it have a giant impact on our health care? And would we ever be able to bring it back? This is What If, and here's what would happen if the Amazon rainforest disappeared. Recently, massive forest fires have become the biggest threat to the Amazon's survival. But unfortunately, the fires are just part of a much bigger problem. For example, farming, mining, and logging are already responsible for 3 football fields worth of deforestation per minute. If we don't do anything to stop this, the Amazon rainforest will disappear eventually, and we'd lose any chance we have in the battle against climate change. The Amazon rainforest is one of the most incredible places on Earth. It covers 40% of South America, drives the South American economy, and stores 86 billion tons of carbon that would otherwise be polluting our atmosphere. With an area that's this important, you'd think we would do everything in our power to protect it. But we don't. Since 1978, an estimated 750,000 square kilometers of rainforest have been destroyed, all thanks to humans. If this trend continues, the Amazon rainforest could disappear within 100 years. How bad would that be for our planet? Well, let's take a look. For starters, we'd be losing a huge amount of our planet's biodiversity. The Amazon rainforest has more plant and animal species than any other terrestrial ecosystem on Earth. If we destroy the Amazon, we'll be destroying all that diversity too, and wiping out an entire ecosystem at the same time. That would have huge effects on Earth. We'd all quickly realize how much we've been relying on the Amazon's resources for food and medicine. Most people are surprised when they find out that hundreds of prescription drugs have come from things in the Amazon rainforest. We're not just talking about simple herbal remedies either. We're talking about full-fledged cancer-fighting drugs that are so important that they've been classified as essential medicines by the World Health Organization. And we haven't even scratched the surface yet. Scientists estimate that they've studied less than 5% of the plants in the rainforest for potential medicinal benefits. So who knows what other essential treatments we could lose without the rainforest? But the most critical problem we'd face if the Amazon completely disappeared would be a faster pace of climate change. If the Amazon rainforest continues to wither and die, it will stop being a source of oxygen. Instead, it will begin to give off carbon, which we all know is fueling climate change. Right now, the Amazon has a natural stockpile of carbon reserves, anywhere from 90 to 140 billion tons of the stuff. If we woke up tomorrow and found the Amazon destroyed, especially by fire, all that carbon would be floating in the atmosphere. Some experts believe that if this happens, we would lose the battle against climate change. But it's not all doom and gloom. There is still hope for the Amazon rainforest. Through studies conducted over the past several decades, researchers have found that tropical forests may be able to survive human-caused destruction. Even without human help, a rainforest can start growing again if it has enough seedlings. However, this can only be successful if the rainforest isn't always under attack. So, what can you do to help? Well, for starters, don't eat as much beef. Processed beef products, such as fast food hamburgers, are full of illegally sourced beef from the rainforest. Reduce the amount of paper you use and choose renewable energy products whenever you can. Renewable energy reduces the amount of carbon we spew into the atmosphere from fossil fuels, many of which come from the Amazon rainforest. Maybe, if we all work together, we can restore this beautiful rainforest to its former glory. But that's a topic for another What If.
So that tells you a little bit about what's going on, right? And what could happen? All bad things come to pass. So I want to touch on a couple of things. I like how it mentioned in there that there was that it could come back from a human caused, right? Which that alone should tell you that this is human caused. That it might come back, but not if we keep doing the shit that we're doing to destroy it.
Yeah, it's really sad. I think the best description of humanity was in Doctor Who, the reboot. He's like, yeah, they're a bunch of stupid apes, but they have incredible potential. But that potential can only be realized if we stop being incredibly stupid.
Yeah, well, I don't see that happening anytime soon, which is sad, but yeah. So Jason says, I wonder if the Amazon forest will ever recover from this. From the look of it, probably not in my lifetime. And that's horribly true, Jason. It probably won't. At least not from this. Not while we're still using wood from there and clearing land for cows. And I think it's kind of funny that it's like we clear land for cows and then a shit ton more land so that we can make soybeans to feed those cows. It's like, really? Come on, people. But it comes up, so the Amazon is a place where, okay, if you know Geology 101, right? And how oil is made from decaying plants, which, you know, the Amazon rainforest is full of decaying plants. Which makes me think that there's probably a huge oil reserve sitting under there. And maybe this is being done to then allow people to go in there and mine for oil.
Wouldn't surprise me. Everything's about oil and fossil fuels, and they mentioned renewable energy, but sadly, that doesn't make money.
Well, and I agree with something Peter says here in the Facebook chat is blaming the little guy as the cause of these disasters by wanting a hamburger once in a while is not the answer. True, that's not the answer, because there's plenty of cows and everything else and things to feed cows for people. Well, okay, maybe not. But still, it's the large-scale industries, like he says, that are the culprit at their irresponsibility, not Joe buying a burger, and that's very true. You know, if it was Joe buying the burger, you would see burger prices going way the fuck up. I like how he says this. He says the amount of toxins released in big industry makes up the 100,000 people eating barbecue seem like peanuts compared to what they do. Oh, exactly. Exactly. And Larry, I agree, charcoal should be fairly inexpensive. I mean, it's all the cost involved in getting it out of the ground. But going back to what I was saying, I think this is something that big industry, especially oil, is looking at killing off the rainforest or getting rid of as much as possible so they can get their drills in there. And we'll see in the near future if that's correct. But typically, any place that's a big forest or that used to be a big forest has a lot of oil under it. Like, you know, in Saudi Arabia and those places, millions of years ago was a tropical landscape. So it could very well be. Yeah. Ashley says oil companies lost a legal battle with the tribes. It was all over Facebook, and so did the what do you call it? The logger commission people. Alexa, turn off the air conditioner. And yeah, both of those have been all over all over Facebook, all over the news, etc., etc. So, yeah, absolutely.
That screams whiny child losing a battle there. Oh, we lost our agreement. Let's just go burn the place down.
Yeah. Well, if it's not there, then there's going to be nobody there to say, no, we don't want you drilling for oil.
Mm-hmm.
So it's that monetary short-sightedness of what we all call the elite. I'm sure that's the problem here. So I have one more video. It's a little bit longer. It's about 8 or 9 minutes, something like that. And it tells us really what happens when we lose the Amazon rainforest. Now, keep in mind, even your prescription meds are made of stuff that is non-synthetic or has been synthesized from something from the rainforest. Alexa, stop the rainforest from burning. Wonder what she'd reply. Like aspirin is willow bark, basically. White willow bark, to be exact. And I mean, the list goes on and on. There's thousands upon thousands of species of plants and animals in the Amazon that haven't been discovered yet. And it's one of the richest sources of medicines and biodiversity. I mean, 30% of all known species that we know of come from the rainforest. So imagine if that's gone, 30% of animals, bye.
See, the problem is they just don't care, because by the time the consequences of their actions actually hit, they'll be dead. So what does it matter?
And that's what I mean. It's the short-sightedness. I want all the money I can get now. So if we burn this place down, I can put my drills in there, get lots and lots of oil coming out, make tens of billions and trillions and gazillions of dollars, and then I die happy. And then my idiot son will take over my business and, I don't know, destroy the rest of the planet. Who knows? Yeah, that's the thing that gets me, Ashley, is that there is lack of media coverage to keep it all hush-hush. The only thing I've seen in the news was something from yesterday, and it had to do about the G7 summit and how they were like, hey, we need to stop this from happening. And then you see all these subtitles or, you know,
Crawlers?
Well, articles, that's what I'm looking for, about how all these world leaders are now saying, oh yes, yes, but the fucking thing's been burning for 3 weeks. What did it say? 10 or 100 football fields, or was it 10 football fields? Something like that, every minute? That's a lot of space.
Well, that was just the logging, was 3 football fields every minute.
Yeah. 3 football fields every minute of logging, and the fire's burning even faster than that. So, alright, well, here's the bad news, people. I'm going to play this video, and by all means, let me know what you think.
How long would it take for the world's largest rainforest to burn down? If we don't do anything to stop it, we'll soon find out. The Amazon rainforest creates 20% of the Earth's oxygen. It's home to 30% of the planet's species. And it holds the secrets to treating some of our most deadly diseases.
Whoops, wrong one. Hang on just a second. Oh, yep, it is the wrong one. Hang on. That's the one I wanted. Okay, let me try this thing again. Hang on. Yeah. Okay. Here it is.
The Amazon rainforest is spectacular. It's by far the largest forest on Earth and is home to some of the most impressive plants and animals ever discovered. But more and more today, news about the Amazon has shifted away from the amazing discoveries inside to focus on the issues currently plaguing the forest, namely deforestation and all the side effects associated with it. Currently, the Amazon is the world's largest deforestation front with 25 fronts that all exist inside 9 developing nations, meaning each one is trying to use their natural natural resources to improve their development and living conditions. All in all, roughly 20% of the Amazon rainforest has been cleared so far to make room for things like livestock to feed growing global demand and soy farms to feed the livestock. And it's predicted to reach 27% by the year 2030. But let's just say for some reason we lost control and clear-cut 100% of the rainforest in some sort of ecocidal rage. What would happen? Well, first, 5.5 million square kilometers of land previously covered by rainforest would be left entirely barren. In total, we would have cut approximately 390 billion trees down. Eventually, these trees would decompose and anywhere between 90 to 140 billion metric tons of carbon dioxide would enter our atmosphere. This is about equal to 3 to 5 times what we emit annually worldwide for carbon dioxide. Surprisingly, there's actually little net gain in oxygen produced from the forest, as the process of growth and decay are essentially equal in a stable forest. But even still, with all the added CO2, we all might have a harder time simply breathing on the planet. This change to the atmosphere would also affect the oceans. The increased concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere would translate into more dissolved CO2 in ocean water, making the whole ocean more acidic. This in turn would damage sensitive marine life like coral and microscopic organisms, and lead to things like bleaching and mass die-offs. Long story short, this event would have huge rippling effects throughout essentially every part of the planet, most of which would be negative changes. But trees aren't the only thing that live in the Amazon. In fact, 1 out of every 10 known species calls the Amazon home, and this region is by far the world's greatest collection of life on Earth. That means 40,000 plant species gone, 2.5 million insect species would be gone, 1,300 bird species gone, 400 mammals gone, and 400 amphibians gone. You get the picture. That's not even counting the 31 million people who live and rely on the Amazon rainforest for their survival. But now, let's take a look at what a cleared Amazon would mean for the region. Without any trees or plants to hold the soil in place, the entire region would experience drastic degrees of erosion. The rainforest now is situated in the largest drainage basin in the world, and all that water would carry with it the now infertile soils. With no plants to help absorb the water, the amount of runoff would increase as well, and very quickly these waters would wash away any and all fertile soil. The Amazon River would likely flow murky brown from all the sediments, and we might even see the Amazon Delta extend further into the Atlantic Ocean due to all of the deposited sediments. This event would also have a tremendous negative impact on the economics of the concerned countries. Within the Amazon region, the rainforest accounts for 70% of the economic activity. This includes industries like agriculture and tourism. Without the forest, these industries would collapse, and these already struggling countries would encounter even greater economic hardship, and the road to recovery would be a long one. Another unforeseen impact would be on the world of medicine and pharmaceutics. Today, the rainforest produces 25% of the plants used in our medicines, and it's estimated that less than 1% of all flowering plants in the Amazon have been closely studied for medicinal benefits, so there are likely still heaps of medicinal plants just waiting to be found. Clear-cutting would cut off this huge medical resource and rule out any further discoveries in the region. But by far the largest impact of this event would be the change in the Earth's weather systems. To understand this, first you need to know about a process called transpiration, sometimes called evapotranspiration. In short, as part of the process of photosynthesis, plants release water vapor from their leaves into the atmosphere. This water vapor floats up to become clouds to become rain. And this isn't a neglectable amount of water. A single oak tree can transpire 40,000 gallons of water a year, and just 1 acre of something like corn can give off up to 4,000 gallons of water a day. Plants actually use very little of the water they take in, and will usually transpire over 97% of what they've absorbed from the ground. It's been measured that plant life on Earth accounts for 10 to 15% of all the water in the atmosphere, with the rest, of course, supplied by the oceans. That's a crazy amount of water when you think about it. Look, here's a picture of part of the Amazon rainforest. You'll notice you can barely see anything through the layer of numerous small clouds created by transpiration. Basically, the forest creates its own rain, and this is what preserves the ecosystem here. Take away trees and there's less transpiration. Take them all away and yeah, there's no more rain. This is part of the reason why this region recently has been experiencing droughts, as the impacts of cutting 20% of the forest have already begun to take effect. But the impacts of this would not be restricted restricted to the Amazon region alone. Everywhere on the South American continent would see reduced rainfall, and researchers at Princeton University found this would even severely decrease precipitation all along the North American west coast. You know, that place with all the fires because it hasn't been raining much. Estimates predict that places as far away as the Sierra Nevadas could see a 50% decrease in annual precipitation as a result of this event. This, combined with the added carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, would likely cause dramatic shifts in climate worldwide, possibly creating a global drought. But after all these changes, what would we find where the forest once was? First, and most importantly, the rainforest would not return. As I just explained, without the trees, rains would be less frequent in the region, and without those rains, a rainforest could not grow. You see, the Amazon formed during the Eocene epoch up to 56 million years ago, when the whole world was a lot warmer and wetter. Under these conditions, rainforests could be found across the planet. But as the planet began to cool, these rainforests receded until only a few surviving rainforests were left at the tropics. These remained intact only because they were able to artificially create climate conditions similar to the times when they formed. Taking away these forests essentially ends these conditions for good. In its place would be a swath of scarred land that's not good for any commercial use. Besides the rain, the forest also helped maintain the health and fertility of the soil, and without it, the fields would quickly wither and erode. Because of this, it wouldn't be useful for large-scale, long-term agriculture without heavy use of fertilizers. For this reason, the land would eventually be left alone for nature to take its course. In this event, plants would slowly reclaim the land. But in the place of the once mighty Amazon rainforest would likely be an extensive grassland region interspersed with occasional woodlands, similar to the climate of eastern Central Africa, like the Serengeti, as these regions both exist at the same latitude. A similarly functioning ecosystem would begin to form, likely with large herds of grazing animals. These could possibly even be the ancestors of escaped farm animals from Brazil's huge livestock industry. But it would never come close to the grandeur of the rainforest that preceded it. If there's one takeaway from this video, it should be this. When it comes to clearing any part of the Amazon, the immediate benefits can never outweigh the long-term costs. And doing so has far-reaching consequences on not only the region, but the world. And once it's done, it can't be undone. I guess there are a couple things I'd like you to take away from this video, actually. Anyway, if you're interested in helping to conserve what remains of the Amazon and of all the world's rainforests for that matter, there's a number of great charities and organizations out there working with that cause in mind. Other than that, I hope you enjoyed. If you did and you want to see more, give this video a like and subscribe, and I'll be back next week with another video. Follow me on Twitter to see updates on videos and to see when I post new ones. If you're curious about other hypothetical ways to destroy the Earth, you should check out this video about what would happen if Antarctica melted. Other than that, thanks for watching.
And to add on to that video, I feel like not only the lack of water and oxygen going back into the atmosphere, I feel like it would also severely diminish the ozone. And no ozone means radiation. Radiation means we all die. Oh, wait.
Well, yeah. I'm just looking at all the comments from the Facebook chat. It's kind of interesting. Printed fabrication of dwellings is already being done as we need to scale and use common materials like dirt and rock. Exactly, Peter. And then Jason says, you think there would be more important things to report in the the G7 summit, like making efforts to save the Earth from our own destruction? We humans have long history of destroying and devastating everything in our path. Sometimes I feel ashamed to be human. Let's see what else he says there. Knowing the atrocities that we have done, I hope that we can find ways to help save the Amazon and I think it's and the wildlife for future generations, but I hope history repeats itself in a positive way instead of a negative way. Well, Jason, I agree with you. I think the only way that we're going to get the kind of what am I looking for here? The kind of support that we need is to really take it public. And that means, you know, as far as social media goes, post the crap out of it on Twitter, on YouTube, on Facebook, everywhere that you can to get people in the know. The one thing that the elitists, I will say, have done a very good job of, actually the two things, one is dividing us, where we are divided by age, sex, race, religion, etc., etc.
Politics.
Yeah, political affiliation, all that good stuff. We're so divided that if we come together, it's a group of 5, or a group of 25, or a group of 50. It's not all of us together. You know what I mean? Secondly, they've done a great job of dividing us by making us stupid. And by that, you can go back in our previous episode about education system and how it's broken and how it's helping destroy the future generations. But basically, we are taught bullshit in school. Pretty much all of it. And this is universally, well, okay, on this planet anyway, it's universal, meaning everybody who goes to school is taught a bunch of crap. They're taught to be able to digest, not necessarily understand, but be able to regurgitate, quote unquote, facts that they're taught in order to perform well on a test. That is not education. It needs to start with education. We used to be a great civilization. I'm talking about America, just America at this point, because we were in the know. We were informed of what was really going on. The news was news. It wasn't editorialized to fit an agenda. When you turn on the news today, you could probably find the exact same stories read in the exact same way with the exact same enunciation on multiple different platforms. CBS, NBC, CNN, MSNBC, all of those guys say the same shit in the same way. It's just different people say it. And it's all towards an agenda.
We are bred to be sheeple. Go to school, learn the liberal agenda.
Pardon me.
Regurgitate the liberal agenda even though you have no idea what's actually going on.
Well, whether it's the liberal, the right, who gives a shit? It's all an agenda that's bullshit. It's made to make us stupid, not question things. It's made, you're then punished in school if you think for yourself and say, well, wait a minute. So this guy rode a horse saying the British are coming, and that started, what? That doesn't make sense. Oh no, you have to understand that this is how it was, and there's no questions about it, even though it's been proven that that isn't what happened. It's just ridiculous how we as a society, and I mean, as a parent, you cannot discipline your children, at least not in public. Good Lord. I remember when I was little, I would go to a store if I had a fit. God forbid, I'd get my ass whooped right there in the store. Not a person would say anything different. Nowadays, you go to spank a kid or something like that, it doesn't even matter if it's in your own home. They call the cops, you go to jail. How can we be in a society that A, lacks discipline, pardon me, lacks intelligence, lacks critical thinking? Exactly, Jason. Time to unite or we all fall. And Michael, I want to mention this. He says you're giving way too much credit to the elitists, whoever they are. I'm pretty sure that there's no elitist meeting every week trying to think of ways to kill us all. No, not every week. They're yearly meetings. And you can look this up. Look up the Bilderbergs, Council of Foreign Relations. I can't remember what the name of that one is. The Bohemian Group.
Yeah, I gotta love the yearly summit. Oh, who are we gonna attack? Who's gonna be attacked? Who's gonna do the attacking? Who's gonna take the blame for it?
Well, and you can see, the power these guys have. Just simply, I'm going to go back to the 2016 election, where everybody was pro Bernie Sanders, and he was anti-Clinton, with a vengeance at first. The Bilderberg Group holds its meeting. Both he and Hillary are invited, and then suddenly Bernie's for Hillary and backs her 100%. You really don't think that they control a lot of stuff? And the reason they control it is because They are getting, I mean, if you ask the average person on the street, go out and do this, go to a mall, ask somebody who's, 25 or under, what is the First Amendment? What are the first 3 words of the Constitution? Most of them aren't going to know. And that's really sad. I mean, you can pull up a YouTube video of stupid people. Like, literally. Jay Leno, all the nighttime talk show hosts have done it, where they go out into the public and they ask them certain things. Exactly. Peter hits it right on the nose. He says, some people just don't know how to play nice with others. Globalists, they do not care about humanity or nature, just their own little space for their own little agenda, and they have the money to carry out that agenda. They're low vibrational beings. Very good, Peter. That last statement, we talk a lot about the law of one, which is probably going to be one of our next episodes. And yeah, low vibrational beings indeed. It's not just it's not just politics. Who do you think controls the politicians?
The Illuminati.
It certainly isn't the people. We're supposed to be like us here in America. I don't know where you're at, Michael, but us here in America are supposed to have a representative republic, meaning that our representatives, our senators and congressmen, represent us. Even though they well, not sometimes, but all the times they're passing laws that we don't agree with, that we didn't ask for.
Yeah, the government for the people, by the people, and of the people, my ass.
Politicians were never meant to be a lifetime thing. The Founding Fathers wanted people involved in their government, not to have a certain group of people involved in the government. And that's the big thing that a lot of people don't get, is that, I think it's funny how Congress limits the terms of the president after World War II because they think, oh, well, anybody who holds that office for a long period of time has too much power. Nancy Pelosi, 30 plus years in the Senate.
Worth $72 million.
Yet she's so willing, so very willing, to blame somebody that just gets into office for everything. Yet she hasn't done shit in her 30-some years. Look at her constituency. Tent cities and garbage. Shit on the streets. Which brings me to another point. Fucking San Francisco. What the hell is up with that? You will no longer be convicted felons. What is it? Judicially involved. Or involved in the justice system, or something stupid like that. But yes, Peter hits another nose. Head on the nose, whatever. Politics is about creating division so they can run away with the power and the money, while we bicker about stupid deals and treaties and nonsense. Exactly. So I said this a few weeks ago, right? I said that I was waiting for something to take the lead in the news, because all that Epstein stuff has slowly drifted off into nothingness, even though the prosecutor guy says that he's going to continue with it. There's nothing about it anymore. It just kind of disappeared.
I think you knew it would.
So what were the new headlines recently?
I can think of one. The economics. It's
the economy stuff. Yep.
Yep. Oh, we're gonna head to a recession, or shocker. But yet, the politicians that are in charge of their own sectors, for lack of a better word, and have the most hold over the economy, are gonna blame it on the president because That's exactly what Nazis do, don't they? They blame it on the leader to get everybody to hate the leader and fall passive into their regime.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you look at the Nazis in Germany in the 30s, you know, they were out there making sure that everybody else died or everything blew up and was blamed on somebody else. Alexa, turn off the air conditioner. So let's see, what do we got as headlines now? CEOs are selling stock like it's 2007. Economy stuff. What? From Ferris Bueller to opioid trial, a judge's wild ride into history.
Yeah, that's really important.
These are on CNN right now. Elizabeth Warren's massive crowd tells us what? Who knows? Tells us a bunch of lies.
Elizabeth Warren, what isn't she the
And then of
girl
course,
that was...
intermittent fasting and new passion helped him lose 95 pounds. And I mean, these are newsworthy items, people. Yep. Yeah. Okay, Peter mentions another thing. Sorry, I left the room for a minute. No population reduction is not the answer. This is nihilistic and fatal pessimistic worldview. I disagree. We can travel in space, we can colonize, we can improve the quality of life here. Obliterating life is not the answer. This is supremacist thinking. Stalin and Mark Mayo and Hitler did this. Whoa, where'd it go? And it did not work. Exactly. Population control isn't the thing. You're not going to be able to make people not have sex and not procreate and not do anything.
I have to disagree, Michael. That you say Nazis are too stupid to influence anything. The Nazis started out as a small group that influenced the entirety of Germany to hate a group of people and their government so much that it created a massive, almost genocidal, close to genocidal effect. 9 out of every 10 Jews were killed, and they even took it out of Germany. They went to Poland, they went to France, and tried the whole world domination aspect. And that's exactly what America's trying to do right now too. They're trying to influence democratic changes in the Middle East. They're trying to take control of the freaking world, and they're blaming other people, saying it's their fault to get, you know, the people A, divided, B, to pacify them into their own agenda. And history is repeating itself, and unless people open their freaking eyes, it's gonna repeat itself.
Well, and that's just it too, is that so following the Second World War, we imported a shit ton of Nazis as part of Project Paperclip. That is not in dispute. Okay? Now, Michael says today's Nazis too stupid. Now, you're thinking of the Nazis like the neo-Nazis, the skinheads, and stupid people like that. Yes, that is too stupid to take control. The ones that we're talking about are the ones that remained or have their political views in the public. Look at what's happening. They're trying to take gun control, right? Even though we have shown Detroit, Chicago, places that have the strictest gun control laws have the heaviest crime in our nation. See, here's how it works. First, you make the people stupid, so they don't know what rights they have. Again, go to a mall, ask somebody to recite any of the Bill of Rights, any of the constitutional amendments. 90% of them aren't going to know shit. Okay? Second, you start making laws to take away those rights. Well, if they don't know they have it, it's not being taken away, right? But now there's a law that says you can't have this, you can't have that, you can't do this, you can't do that. That's the problem, right there. We become too stupid and too pacifistic, sitting in front of the TV for God knows how long, being fed this garbage all the time.
And I actually have to wonder.
And we think, oh, hey, we're free.
Yeah. I have to wonder if these neo-Nazis that are being called neo-Nazis, the Trump supporters, the racists, the this, the that, I have to wonder if they actually are Nazis by the original term, because the ones that are calling them Nazis are the ones influencing everybody to start hating them and start being divided.
Well, and that's just it. Okay, so you make people stupid. You start taking away their rights that they don't even realize that they have. Have a good night, Ashley. And then you divide. Divide. Right? So we've had Antifa. This drives me absolutely fucking nuts. It's supposed to be anti-fascist, right? But yet they go around, they throw rocks, they throw cement blocks at people. At kids. And I'm sorry to say this, but if something like that were to happen in my presence, I would go to jail. Because at that point they are a terrorist and I am going to take them out. And I agree, Peter. Nazis are irrelevant. It's just a lot of the history can be seen from back then as to how they managed to take control of Germany, as to how the elitist, if you will, whoever you want to call them, whatever you want to call them, are trying to take over here. And it's a political distraction, the unyielding culprit of the force of destruction, nihilism. This takes many forms, not just the Nazi ideology. Mao was a communist, and he literally killed all the birds that flew in the entire section of China to preserve the seed for crops. This created pestilence and famine and death of 80 million plus dead, and they make the Nazis look like amateurs. True. And this is the thing, is in today's world, the ability to destroy outweighs the ability to create. And again, going back to education, they have taken creative thought from us, or are taking creative thought from us. You know, America used to be #1 in science, mathematics, reading, comprehension, etc., and now we're like 40-something at least in most of those things. And that's just sad.
Pink Floyd, just another brick in the wall.
Yep. I would agree too. The FBI knows exactly where all 5,000 plus true Nazis live in this country. And if they do something stupid, the entire military will descend on those towns. They'll be wiped out in their backwater holes. Possibly. But you can't argue the fact, at least not well, that there is a political agenda that is very similar to the Nazis. The socialist democracy, or the socialist Democrats, is a good example of that. That's pretty much exactly what the Nazis were national socialists. I would agree that the power of creation is always, always, always stronger than the power of destruction. However, 90% of our creativity goes into the ability to destroy. And not create. And by create, I mean create for the common good, create for the species, create for the advancement of humanity. Any of those kind of things, like fusion reactors, for example, or hydrogen generators, or any of that stuff is often bought up by these big corporations, these big multi-trillionaire people that run these, like the oil conglomerates and that kind of things, and then silenced, or turned into things like hydrogen bombs, or let's see, fusion bombs or things of that nature. It's like, how can this best destroy? But that's the other way that they control people, through the threat of death.
Then you got the chemtrails and everything else.
Yeah, we could certainly get into that, but we're not going to today.
But I saw recently that Japan is starting to implement and use Tesla's technology.
Yes, that was something interesting I saw. That Japan has been able to transmit wireless energy. I think it was 10 kilowatts, 500 meters, which in the grand scheme isn't that far. But they're working towards what Tesla was able to do back in the 20s. So, yeah. Yes, this is true, but you're talking universal truth. And he's saying, in any quadrant of space, anywhere you look, there are more stars being created than are dying. This is the universe talking directly to you. Can you listen to the power of creation? This is, the universe creates more than it destroys in a vast scale. Indeed. But at the same time, the universe isn't humanity. See, humanity has always viewed itself as, well, I shouldn't say always. In modern times, I'm talking probably from the 1900s on, humanity has always felt it as apart from everything else. You know, I mean, prior to that you had, you know, wow, we're getting way into deep stuff here. Yeah, and we're not going to hit on this today. I'm just not going to do it. We got 3 minutes left.
Can I throw something in?
Sure.
In the universal aspect, if you think of, at least in my mind, if you think of the universe as one entity, similar to the way that humans think of themselves as separate entities, what do our bodies do when we get an infection? We seal it off, our white blood cells go and attack it and clear out the infection, most of the time without need for exterior help. So, what happens when the entity that is the universe gets tired of the infection known as humanity?
Well, it'll fight back. And that's something interesting about the Amazon too, with so little known about it. Like 1% of all the plant species, maybe 5% of all the animal species, and probably about 3% of all the insect species that live there. If they are forced out of that area, who's to say that the next global killer isn't right in there, you know, being contained by the forest? You know what I mean? Like the malaria is a good example of something that could be really bad. Hemorrhagic fever, all of these things were in the rainforest and were found from people deforesting or destroying the rainforest. It's really interesting. We are all dust made from stars. You are very correct. However, the mental acuity, if you will, of the human brain sees us as separate, which is totally not right. Peter, I really want you to come in and talk with us when we're doing Law of One stuff. I think you'll really dig that stuff. But, all right, we have a minute. So I am going to call it at this point. I do want to thank everybody for coming in, all the comments, etc., etc. I do want to tell you that we are on Twitch, Facebook Live, D Live, Smashcast,
Patreon.
Patreon. We have all these things. Feel free to like, follow, and share. Please share this video to people so that they can see the effects of the rainforest and what it can do. And we will definitely hit a lot more issues coming in the future. For Taboo, for Alex and myself, I want to say good night. Hello, one and all, and welcome to episode 14 of Taboo. Looks like we got a whole bunch of people in the Facebook chat room, which is awesome. Hello, people in the Facebook chat room. And I see a lot of comments in there, and thank you, Robert, for telling them basically what we were going to talk about. I am your host, Zan, and with me, of course, is Alex. Alex, say hello.
Hello.
Oh, I seem really loud today for some reason. But today we are going to be talking about the Amazon and other things. First off, the Amazon. So this is something that bothers me greatly because up until I believe it was yesterday, there was basically nothing in the mainstream media about it at all. For those of you who don't know or hiding under a rock somewhere, the Amazon rainforest is something that provides nearly, 20% of our oxygen, 30% of our oxygen, somewhere in there, is on fire.
That's nice. And on top of that, they're constantly cutting it down, but that's another story for another day.
Yeah, and we'll get into that. I got some videos I want to play to show you guys some of the information about the Amazon rainforest, because it is pretty important, right? So we got thanks for commenting on the graphic. It's good. It took like 2 minutes to make, but anyway, so not only that, but 30% of all species are in the rainforest, etc., etc. Now, there's a great deal of, I'm going to use the term conspiracy as to who/what started these fires. Some say, oh, it's just a natural thing, etc., etc. I call bullshit, even.
It's called trusting a gut.
Well, and here's the thing, right? Okay, so every year, yes, there's some fires and stuff in the Amazon, but it has never been this bad. And I believe one of the videos that we're going to show it actually lets you know it's like literally about 80% more burning this year than what has in the past. So, that's kind of a big thing, because nobody wants to wake up one day and not breathe. So, first off, I do want to say I did see this today that Colorado, the state that I am in, yay, Colorado, is actually sending one of their ginormous tanker planes to the rainforest. To the rainforest to hopefully help put it out. Pardon me, the Brazilian government is spending thousands and sending hundreds of thousands of people to fight it. Jeffrey, I don't know what you mean by louder. If I get any louder, I think I'm going to break somebody's eardrums. You might want to just turn up the volume, maybe? I don't know. I can't hear what it sounds like, so I can tell you. Also, so we got here, there's a lot of, interesting, it's showing it kind of low down there. Let's turn it up here, maybe just a little bit. That's the different thing. So yeah, I don't know why it seems so low. At any rate, sorry, got off kilter there. I'm going to go ahead and start with a couple of videos. Let's start with the first one, which is going to be the news coverage here. This is a fairly recent thing from the news.
And amid global concern, French President Emmanuel Macron is now calling on world leaders at the G7 summit to put those massive fires in Brazil's Amazon at the top of the agenda this weekend and direct resources needed to help Brazil put them out. For his part, President Trump says the U.S. is ready to assist with those containment efforts. Christina Coleman joins us live from our West Coast bureau with the situation that really is causing concern. Hi, Christina.
Hi, Eric. Well, thousands of miles of scorched forest, hundreds of burned trees, and giant plumes of smoke so large they can be seen from space. It's all part of these big fires. Today, Brazil's military was deployed to help fight the flames. Fires are common in Brazil during its dry season, but scientists say they're more widespread this year, up by 85% compared to this time last year. These NASA images show Brazil swathed in smoke from the vast fires. Brazilians and other South Americans have taken to the streets demanding the Brazilian government take concrete action to stop the fires. The loss of biodiversity, land, and the risk of health problems from air pollution are all big concerns.
I don't have enough air to breathe. I can't sleep. I feel really bad, and sometimes I don't even eat properly because of the lack of air.
Brazil's National Space Research Institute doesn't have the exact number of acres that have burned so far, but says between January and August of this year, deforestation as a whole resulted in the loss of 3,751 miles of forest in Brazil. That's larger than the size of Yellowstone National Park.
What is happening in the Amazon is a crime. It is an environmental crime. There is a law that protects the Amazon and protects the forest. There has to be guards, there must be environmental police and people controlling illegal deforestation in the Amazon. But that is not happening.
President Trump offered help to fight the fires, saying the U.S. stands by, ready to assist. So it will be interesting to see what other world leaders might have to say about these fires at the G7 summit.
Okay, so we're talking miles upon thousands of miles of damage to the rainforest. It's sad. It's very, very sad. Yeah, see, and that's what I'm kind of getting to here, Dylan, is that, or Dion, sorry, is that lasers from satellites or planes. There's a lot of conspiracy about who and what started it. Some people were saying that it was started simply from, like, you know, loggers and people doing their normal things. But this fire is way too damn big and way too out of control to be part of that. You know what I mean? So I am of the mind that it was set to form some agenda. And why I think that is because it wasn't shown in media at all anywhere until just recently when it was brought up at the G7 summit. Why is that?
Because everything's about an agenda. Yeah, I think the first time that I actually saw something on it was on Twitter, and it was in lieu of the G7 summit, and it was President Trump saying that he is at the helm, ready, willing, and able to help Brazil in any way he can with getting it under control. And that was probably 5 days ago. So that was before that hit the news at all.
Oh yeah, I know. And it's like there is nothing, even still, it's very minimal, any coverage, and it's always about the G7 summit and how they just finally decided, oh, hey, we should probably do something about this and call the world into order. That's a bunch of crap. Now, I don't know how many of you guys out there happen to watch those what if videos that you see all the time. Trump started the fires. I kind of doubt that. Kind of. I'm not discounting it 100%, but I really doubt that's the issue. But I do want to show you this one too. So let's take a look at it.
How long would it take for the world's largest rainforest to burn down? If we don't do anything to stop it, we'll soon find out. The Amazon rainforest creates 20% of the Earth's oxygen. It's home to 30% of the planet's species. And it holds the secrets to treating some of our most deadly diseases. If we destroy the Amazon rainforest, the consequences would be disastrous. And they'd be felt all over the world. Could we survive without it? Why would it have a giant impact on our health care? And would we ever be able to bring it back? This is What If, and here's what would happen if the Amazon rainforest disappeared. Recently, massive forest fires have become the biggest threat to the Amazon's survival. But unfortunately, the fires are just part of a much bigger problem. For example, farming, mining, and logging are already responsible for 3 football fields worth of deforestation per minute. If we don't do anything to stop this, the Amazon rainforest will disappear eventually. And we'd lose any chance we have in the battle against climate change. The Amazon rainforest is one of the most incredible places on Earth. It covers 40% of South America, drives the South American economy, and stores 86 billion tons of carbon that would otherwise be polluting our atmosphere. With an area that's this important, you'd think we would do everything in our power to protect it. But we don't. Since 1978, an estimated 750,000 square kilometers of rainforest have been destroyed, all thanks to humans. If this trend continues, the Amazon rainforest could disappear within 100 years. How bad would that be for our planet? Well, let's take a look. For starters, we'd be losing a huge amount of our planet's biodiversity. The Amazon rainforest has more plant and animal species than any other terrestrial ecosystem on Earth. If we destroy the Amazon, we'll be destroying all that diversity too, and wiping out an entire ecosystem at the same time. That would have huge effects on Earth. We'd all quickly realize how much we've been relying on the Amazon's resources for food and medicine. Most people are surprised when they find out that hundreds of prescription drugs have come from things in the Amazon rainforest. We're not just talking about simple herbal remedies either. We're talking about full-fledged cancer-fighting drugs that are so important that they've been classified as essential medicines by the World Health Organization. And we haven't even scratched the surface yet. Scientists estimate that they've studied less than 5% of the plants in the rainforest for potential medicinal benefits. So who knows what other essential treatments we could lose without the rainforest? But the most critical problem we'd face if the Amazon completely disappeared would be a faster pace of climate change.
Hello, everybody, and welcome. Welcome to Taboo. I am your host,
Zan. That's me. I'm your host. I am your host, Z. Wow, that's a little bit of loudness going on there. Okay, there. That should be better. I'm your host, Zan, and of course with me is Alex, and we are Team Taboo. Alex, how you doing?
I am good. Still trying to come back to reality, but hey, you know.
Reality.
Yeah, I'm waiting for reality to set in.
Oh, yeah, it's best if it doesn't. Reality bites. So I'm having some issues getting the arrow to actually play us, I think. So I wanted to start with a little bit of a rant, if you will.
Rants are good.
Yeah, this one. Okay. So y'all know last week we did a whole thing on BDSM, all that good stuff, right? So we're there doing the BDSM thing, and afterwards, just about every social media platform, oddly enough, not YouTube, but every other one, suspended us. Twitch was the big one, the first one that I noticed, and then I didn't know until today, but Periscope suspended our account too. So who knows what the fuck's going to happen with that?
We're taboo for a reason. Gross. Seriously.
So, and I mean, everything's labeled as adult, so I don't see what it was, but apparently one of the pictures that was in our broadcast from last week was naughty, and it was a cartoon of the lady. I'd show the picture, but, then we'd get this banned again, and I don't want to do that, but... At any rate, so I think any of our highly sexual ones where I'm going to have images and things of that nature will probably go on Patreon. Too bad, so sad. You can always join our Patreon at taboo.media/Patreon, of course. Yeah, it's just having issues over here.
I repeat, again, we're taboo. We talk about taboo topics. These platforms need to seriously grow a set and grow the fuck up.
Grow a set. The millennial cure-all. Medicine. What the hell? I don't know. Is it... If anybody happens to be inside a Second Life or listening to 106.9 The Arrow, if you could tell me if it's actually playing on The Arrow, that would be awesome. I don't know if they're seeing or hearing it or not, because nobody's responding to me. So yeah. So yeah, apparently it's not. I don't know. And the arrow. Oh wait, there it goes. Okay, so the arrow's playing now, or it appears to be.
I can check real quick. If you want to meet me.
I'm gonna just stop that and keep playing. Yeah. So I'm talking in world. And what I'm going to do is change that to that. And there we go. Okay. So now we're playing in world, or we should be playing in world again. So if you know what was going on again, last week, we got banned or suspended in most of our social media. So I've been working all week to get that restored, and it is. Oddly enough, like I said, YouTube is the only one that didn't actually, throw us under the bus there, which was great fun. If you want to come in and talk to us today, you can do so by going to taboo.media/discord, DISCORD, and join our panel. We have the general chat room is there, and it looks like we got quite a few people in there. We got Trixie, Roxy, Raven, and Anna are all on Discord right now, so that's interesting. And our topic for today. What is our topic, Alex?
Virtual worlds.
And how they affect real relationships as well as gender confusion and things of that nature. Right? So, if you know anything about virtual worlds, well, first off, what is a virtual world? Do you know what a virtual world is?
In my mind, it strikes me as any MMORPG, even if it's, Second Life, for one, is very, very realistic, as I'm coming to find out. But even as a kid, I played games like RuneScape, stuff like that, where you've got a ton of players on the same server, and you had even mentioned just now the gender confusion. I remember when I was playing RuneScape, guys would freaking create female characters so that the guy characters would be like, "Hey, will you be my girlfriend?" And they'd say yes so they could get free shit, even though they were.
Yeah.
I'm like,
What the freak?
So we'll go into that here in a minute as well. But a virtual world is a computer-based simulated environment which may be populated by many users who create a personal avatar and simultaneously and independently explore the virtual world, participate in its activities, and communicate with others. Now, in today's world, there's a lot of them because, as you mentioned, Alex, any MMORPG is technically a virtual world. And what do we got? We got Skyrim, we got Red Dead Redemption, we got Second Life, which is was kind of a pioneering in tech for that technology at the time. It really
was. I just never got into it until recently.
And I mean, if you're looking at the stream, you can see there's a whole shit ton of them. Yes, I said shit ton. Shit, fuck shit. There.
I don't think it's the language.
Pantywaist people fucking flagging me. Anyway, there's a whole bunch of them, just the logos and stuff that I could find offhand this afternoon. And there's a lot of them. And like you said, there's an interesting correlation because as a general rule, guys are stupid. Okay. And I mean that in all sincerity. Guys are stupid. So if you go into one of these virtual worlds and you're playing a female, odds are you're going to get showered with gifts and experience and, depending, like WoW. WoW is a World of Warcraft, in case you didn't know what WoW was, is an MMORPG, and it's also technically a virtual world. Why? Because you have your own independent person. You can go around, you can talk to other people in the game, you can socialize with them, all that stuff. Now, there's been a lot of... this goes back to, hey, R.Y. Loveless, welcome to the stream. There's been a lot of people who equate these virtual worlds with like role-playing games. And if you remember back in the 80s, role-playing games were a very taboo thing. Oh my God. You're taking on, and nowadays it's like...
It's an escape now. Honestly.
You want to speak into the microphone so everyone can hear you?
It's an escape now, essentially. You take on a different persona to escape from reality. And like you said, reality does bite, so I can't blame people from doing it.
Role-playing in general is a different reality, right? And now with technology where it is today, we have these places that, and in some case, they are huge. I mean, you have... like GTA 5 even, you can chat with other people online. You can, any of these kind of games that are interactive where you can talk to other people or interact with other people other than in a scripted environment, where you click on what you want to say.
There's limited options.
Right. And, usually that's relegated to the NPCs, right? So any of these worlds are actual virtual worlds. You can go, you can explore. It's not, it's not a set thing. One of the reasons why I play and like Second Life is that you can do stuff in there that you only wish you could do in real life. Like you can build, massive temples if you want. You can build and make things that make your avatar unique and special and stuff like that. And you can go around to places that allow you to socialize with others. Now, that being said, role-playing and this type of virtual world is often something that a lot of psychiatrists or psychologists will actually recommend, especially to people who have things like social anxieties, a generalized anxiety disorder, where being around a group of people is initially something that freaks you out. Whereas in these virtual worlds, you can go to a club or something like that where there's a buttload of people. And by that, I mean, it can be anywhere from like 20 or 5 or, 100, or whatever. You can be around that many people and it's twofold, right? Number one, you're getting socialization skills or using your socialization skills by talking to people or interacting with them. On the other side of that, it lets your mind be at ease because you're not physically around all these people, so you don't have that extra stimulation.
I also think it's safer to do it that way because, going to a club in Second Life and hanging out and having your avatar dance and just having fun with all these other people in the game is infinitely safer than going to a club and risking getting your shit spiked and then getting like drug off somewhere. And
Well, and you mention it as a game, and in the case of like Second Life, it's not a game, because there is no, a game is something that has A, rules, and B, a destination to obtain, right? You know, like WoW is a game because there's these goal driven things that you have to do. Now, Second Life, although there are places that you can play games, it's not something that actually has a predetermined outcome. And so I want to get away from that stigma that they're games instead of virtual worlds, because in essence, when you go into these virtual worlds, and I'm not talking the games like WoW or Skyrim or any of that, in these virtual worlds that don't really have a clear destination or whatever, you have nothing to look forward to, I guess. It really comes down then to the interaction and who you want to portray that you are to other people. And one of the things that a lot of people get, I want to say confused, but it's not really confusion. It's just kind of like stupid, is that they go into these virtual worlds and they become XYZ, but they want, or they're looking for some sort of ABC to go along with that to, you know, complete their life. You know what I mean? We'll get into that in a little bit. Sorry. So when we talk about these places, it's literally kind of a free-for-all, especially in places like Second Life. And Second Life was really big like 10 years ago. I mean, it was huge. When I first started Second Life, I was making skins, I was making clothing, I was making shoes, you know, for other people's avatar, for my own avatar, whatever it might be. And I was making literally real world money inside this game, or this world, if you will. Right. Raven says there's no quest goals, storylines, or guidelines to play. Second Life is a free-form online virtual world where you can do anything, be anything, see anything, do anyone, literally, and more. So,
sorry,
you know, I mean, there's really awesome things about being in a world that you can literally control on that level. You know, like you could be somebody that makes the most beautiful things, right? And you sell the most beautiful things and people buy those things, and it makes you feel good, not only about yourself, but about where you are and all this other stuff. And you can be something, you can be a creator in a virtual world, whereas you can't or don't have the ability to become in real life. And that's like a lot of creators within these virtual worlds that make and sell things are really good at digital animation. They're really good at digital drawings, digital blah, 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 blah. And that can be a very useful skill in these worlds, so much that there's a lot of money to be made, real life money. Yeah, Raven says us oldies really cringe at the newer players who call it a game. Exactly. Especially Second Life. Now there's other, you know, in things like WoW, where you have a similar kind of ability to interact with other people and other creatures and stuff like that. It's not as customizable. For example, I can become a ginormous dragon in Second Life. I can't in games, you know, because I'm limited by what I'm able to do. And that's the nice thing about these freeform worlds. So that brings up how the first part of the second topic is how they affect real world relationships. And there's a lot to be said here, because behind each avatar is a real living, breathing person, unless it happens to be a bot, and then it doesn't reply anyway. But the point is that, you know, every avatar typically has somebody behind it. So when you're talking about interactions with other people within these virtual worlds, what are you really talking about? You're talking about sitting there with somebody. Yes, they're behind their computer, you're behind yours. So there's that safety net there, but there's also that element of this is a real person. Hi, Anna. Welcome to the chat room. And those people have feelings, have emotions, have wants, needs, etc., etc. This is where this can turn dark, because there are certain people, and I'm going to say that they're narcissistic sociopaths in most cases, that don't care about the person at the other end. And I could see that in something like WoW or, something along those lines, right? Because, ultimately at the end of the day, I don't care what you do. I don't care what you're doing in this place, because I want to go kill that boss in 20 minutes. So I have a raid to attend. So bye, it's a totally different thing, where when you're in something like Second Life or one of these freeform virtual worlds, there's actual people there that you're interacting with, and it can become very personal. Hi, Anna. Welcome to Discord. Again, if you want to join in, you can go to taboo.media/Discord, and that'll take you right in. If you want to get on mic with us, go into the mic check room, and we will definitely get you in on the show. More the merrier. It's always much more fun.
I always feel like, at least with games and the virtual worlds where you're interacting with real people, that safety net for me, the fact that they don't know who I am in real life, they don't know how crappy I tend to treat myself and internalize my own feelings. I can be myself without judgment, in a sense.
Or without judgment that you give a shit about, yeah.
Well, exactly. It's like, I don't know you, you don't know me. So in the meantime, I'm going to be myself. Whereas in my real world, I'm constantly seeing myself from a third person perspective and objectifying everything I do, criticizing everything I do from a third party perspective, which is not healthy, but that's beside the point.
Well, and that's the whole point of creating this avatar in the image or likeness that you want it to be, right? Where if you're a 500-pound person sitting behind the computer, you can be like the skinny supermodel inside of one of these worlds, or in any of these games even, right? You can be the big hulking warrior, roar, roar, and nobody's going to know the difference. Now, what happens a lot of times is that people will get into these worlds and they'll prey upon others. And this is what I was saying when it gets dark, because if somebody is there and they're literally preying on the feelings and thoughts of others, they can do that very easily, right? Nobody knows initially, and you can always add profile pictures, et cetera, to your profile in these virtual worlds. That is totally not you. Nobody's going to know the difference. The only time they know is either A, you meet up in person, or B, you get on video with them, in video chat or something along those lines. Right. Anna mentions it also gives you a chance to meet people from all over the world too. And that's absolutely correct. I have met some great people that are all over the damn world. And while I wish they were closer, they are like, I got one of my best friends in the whole wide world lives in Australia. Okay. I have others that are on the East Coast, the West Coast, fucking probably Antarctica for all I know. And that's the thing, is you don't really know unless somebody tells you. So when you get people that are, I'm going to use the term, even though I hate it, as an evil type person, and they go in and they can see, how you're interacting with others. They start talking to you. Maybe they say everything that you want to hear, and they do it just for a short time, and then boom, bye, see ya, gone. The thing is that you're playing with somebody's real emotions. And there's some people that are not able to separate those two. I see a lot of profiles that say real life is real life, second life is second life, and the two shall never meet. The only way that's really possible is if you don't really interact with anybody.
And that's kind of the point of second life, is to interact with people.
Exactly. And I like what Raven says here too. She says, I am more myself in second life rather than in the real world. There's no constraints on who I am allowed to be, look, act like, etc. And yeah, I think that's a very big thing.
And the social anxiety as well. I mean, we were mentioning that earlier, but you don't have to deal with people face to face, which is usually what triggers anxiety issues.
Exactly. And that's what I was saying. You're behind your computer screen and you're in the comfort of your own home. Hell, 90% of the time when I'm in world, I'm either like in my boxers or maybe less. But that aside the point, I just realized I just told like everybody that's listening how I usually get into second life. That's probably not a good idea. But the point is that you're real and you're interacting on a real level. Now, how can this affect real relationships? I have known several people in second life who are looking for somebody in second life, right? And they want to keep that separate. Okay. Why? And by the people that I'm talking about mainly people that are married or in a relationship or whatever with somebody in the real world. 9 times out of 10, when I meet somebody and they tell me that they're married, I start out with, so what is it in real life that you're lacking, that you're looking for here in second life? And usually they'll tell you. They'll be like, well, ABC. Okay, cool. I can get with that, whatever. But those lines have to be clearly drawn. And I've been in quote unquote relationships inside of second life where after a while, when you're with that person and you're affecting them on a real level and you're being real with them and, whatever, that those lines begin to skew. And that's where that can cause some problems, right? Because, that makes me a homewrecker because, I caused these people to get divorced and that wasn't my intention. Or they decided that they want to leave their boyfriend or girlfriend or whatever, dog, whatever the case might be for me. But, at the same time, I never had that intention to begin with. So it comes down to something that most people don't know how to do. And we've covered this on several occasions, is communication. They need to have that honest communication about their intentions, and most people just don't know how to do that.
Well, and then there's another very hazy line, at least in my mind, is if I were in a relationship and I decided, I just want to see stuff, experiment in second life, whatever, sexually, whatever, and hey, how is my partner going to feel about that? Are they going to be able to distinguish that what I'm doing in second life is strictly second life and has no bearing on the relationship that me and my partner are in? Or are they going to see it like, oh, you don't like me anymore, so you're getting online so you can fuck a complete stranger through the computer?
Virtually, yeah.
Yeah,
well,
that's a very hazy line in my mind too.
And I mean, that kind of stuff all kind of depends on what you consider cheating. There's physical cheating, which is easy. You kiss somebody, you fuck somebody, that's pretty much simple. It's cheating, right? But what if somebody is there and they seduce your mind? Is that any different? How can you tell? And that's what I was talking about, where those lines can get kind of fuzzy. And then it's like, oh shit, what am I doing? A lot of times somebody ends up getting hurt. And again, that's because they don't have those open lines of communication. Like in second life, I've been partnered with somebody for longer than I was actually physically married to somebody in real life. Okay. I attribute that to 2 things. 1, she never comes in world. And 2, like in the very beginning, I talked to her husband and I told him point blank, there's nothing going to happen with us virtually or physically ever. I would not do that to you. Are you still okay with us being partnered? And he's like, yeah, whatever. So
easy, easy enough.
Now I want to come to Raven's comment here. She says, for me, the social anxiety doesn't show when I'm Raven in world, which is, again, that whole, you are creating yourself in an image of what you want to be or who you want to be. And she also says there's also people who only do SL only and can separate the two worlds and do not let real life and second life cross. And I found had several SL only relationships, and it's possible to do. Again, if you have that communication there that says, we're not going to discuss any real life situations. It's only going to be stuff in second life, and that's it. That makes me, the ones that Raven's talking about particularly, I'm wondering if they speak on the phone or through Discord or through any other kind of way, or just when they're in world, are there any text messages, that kind of stuff. And so where is that line again? Sorry, I had to suck my cigarette before it went out. So there's that part of it. Hey, look, and we're right at the midway point. Nice. Okay, so the other side of this is what I'm wondering about, which is the gender swapping and sexuality stuff, right? Pardon me. You had mentioned that it's interesting, and I do have to give it credit where credit's due. Gosh, pardon me, because there is a lot of ability to experiment, quote unquote, sexually. I have hiccups now. I'm sorry. Within these different worlds, you could fuck a dog, you could fuck a horse, you could fuck somebody pretending to be a horse, you could fuck somebody, you could have your ass beat, you're tied up to a cross. I won't mention Phila here. Oh, she's no longer tied up, she's dancing. Okay. So, you can experiment in these different ways sexually, so to speak, to see what turns you on, at least mentally. And then you can always take that to the real world as well.
I think one thing you're mentioning early on when you first brought this up is that guys generally are stupid. And I don't think it's so much stupidity. I don't like that term. I think they're pussy whipped. Legitimately, I think they're pussy whipped. They see a female avatar in anything, they're like, oh my god, be my girlfriend, be my partner, be my... Really? You do realize that you created the avatar the same way they did, and you had the choice as to whether you wanted to be a guy or you wanted to be a girl. So what makes you think they are what they say they are?
Exactly. So I'll get to that in a second. Raven says, "Oh, Zan, I have someone. I have had someone whom I have told was SL only, and voice in world were the only real life lines that we were crossing. Didn't want my real life name or anything involved, and have had people dig enough to find out who I was in real life, and contacted my boyfriend. Wow, at that time in real life, and he told them before." He didn't care what I did in the world. We had an agreement, and I wasn't hiding anything, but the person who I was SL only with secretly wanted to know my real life. Yeah. And you'll find that too. And I mean, again, if you can stick to your guns and you can say, no, I'm not crossing any of these lines. There'll be no pictures, no voice, no whatever, then, okay. But it has to be pretty much set in stone. And, in that case, Raven, I probably would have been like, see ya, bye, as soon as I found out he knew who I was in real life, right?
I've been more like, fuck off.
So I'm going to go back to the guys are stupid, right? So inside of Second Life, there's very definitely guys. There's very definitely girls. There's trans. There's animals. There's, you can be pretty much anything that you want to be. And I know a lot of people who are guys in real world, and they play female avatars, and there's a few reasons for that, right? you have number one, the guys are stupid thing. And so if you play a female, you're more likely to get money for nothing or very little. You know, most guys in Second Life wouldn't know how to emote, and what an emote is a typed phrase or series of phrases designed to solicit a response. We'll just call it that.
To give emotion to your avatar.
Well, it's kind of like actions, right? Like so-and-so reaches down and grabs you by the balls or something like that. You know, that's an emote. It's a bad emote, but it's an emote. Point is that guys are stupid. And if you're good at emoting or good at writing and getting that visual representation written down in words, hell, you don't have to talk. My first 2 years in Second Life, when I wasn't being a creator, I spent as a escort on a female avatar. Why? Because I was making really good money doing it. I ain't gonna lie. I did it.
That's very amusing, actually.
Raven says she's going to teach you how to emote, Kelth. Anna says, I believe someone can trust me enough to reveal their real life. I will reveal mine to them as well if they want it. Now, and that's a choice, right? You can choose to show them this. You can choose not to. Either should be equally fine.
I'm going to say, Raven, were we not just talking about real life and Second Life being two completely different things? Darn it.
It's all good.
I know. I just have to be a jerk sometimes.
So gender swapping, it happens in Second Life. Some people are legitimately like, you know, they want to be a female, but they don't want to come out as trans, or they don't want to have a sex change, or, you know, whatever the case might be. A lot of times you can tell by their avatars. I'm just going to leave it at that. Sometimes you can't. And, you know, that could all be part of the role play aspect. Just like there's people that go around running around as Jedi, and people that go running around as vampires and lichens or werewolves, however you want to call it.
Succubi.
It's succubi. Yes. I won't mention Eliza. But it's entirely possible to be pretty much anything that you want. So how does that translate then when you go into sexuality? Again, we kind of mentioned this before. You can experiment with a lot of things inside a Second Life or any of these virtual worlds, right? You can learn how to be a dominant, a submissive, somebody who's a general sadist, somebody who's a masochist. You know, it doesn't really matter. And there's different areas that you can explore that with. You can have multiple partners. You can have animals and partners. You can have partners with animals who have partners. It doesn't really matter. So it's an interesting way to get into alternate sexuality type situations that may be your thing, may not be your thing. And the beautiful part about that is that it gives you the opportunity to choose, to decide what it is that you like and what you don't. I believe somebody, I'm not going to mention names, but I believe somebody is looking into like the BDSM, DNS type relationship stuff, and they're kind of learning what they do, what they don't like, what they find hot, what they don't find hot, you know, what their, you know, where their limits are going to go in reality, and maybe even push those limits that way. And that's completely fine too. Ouch.
Of how every time you've said you're not going to name names, you've named them. That's
yeah. Well,
like
you're sitting right behind me. I don't want you smacking my head. Raven says she started Second Life for roleplay only and used to teach roleplay and emoting to a lot of people, and in a PG format. Although SL only, no real life was ever involved. Just me being kind and taking my time to help other players or other people. Yeah, and that's like. I used to be big into the Star Wars roleplay. Why? Because I liked Star Wars and I was making weapons and things of that nature that made me a badass in the games. But then, you know, inevitably you're dealing with other people who whine and complain when you beat the shit out of them. And so I left that kind of world behind, and I just started making other stuff. But, you know, that being said, not everybody, like, for example, when I was playing my female avatar and I was doing the escorting thing, it amazed me how much and how lazy people were, because 9 times out of 10, the person would just sit there clicking on the pose balls and watching him and you do something, or them and you do something, and they never said a word until you got the, oh my God, that was amazing. Like, what? So, like, for me, pixel sex is funny. Other people get really into it. And part of why I think pixel sex is funny is my primary avatar is tall, like really tall, like 9 feet or some shit like that. And so, you know, in order to make it look realistic, he has a very big penis. And when he fucks somebody in pixel format, I can't help but sit there and laugh, because I constantly see his dick go through the other avatar. And, you know, if they're in that blowjob stance, it's going out the back of their head, or doing it from behind, it goes in them and then comes out somewhere mid back. And it's just kind of humorous to me.
Your description has had me cackling this whole time. So clearly there's something to be said for that.
Exactly. Right. And
oh my God.
So that's, you know, when I was a female escort, I did not get off or even try to get myself off in the real world while I was doing that. And like I said, 9 times out of 10, most of the guys would just sit there and click and put you in different poses and then be done, and it'd be over with. And you're like, okay, I'm going to go to the next person. You know, fuck it. It's an avatar. It can be a slut. I don't care. You know?
Well, I was looking at the marketplace, and like everything in the, if you strictly click the adult search without it keying in anything, my jaw literally just dropped. I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? Like, do they really have this in this virtual world? And I'm like,
and the answer is yes.
Clearly. But I'm like, what the fuck?
You know, so there's several types of avatars, right? I mentioned animals. I mentioned, you know, mythical creatures. You can be a unicorn, a dragon, whatever. And pretty much all of them have a penis that you can buy somewhere, and a vagina and all that stuff. If you have the money and want to customize it to that extent, you can certainly do that. But I don't want people thinking that they're all about sex either. There's a lot of places that are just, you know, cool places for people to hang out, listen to music, quote unquote, dance. And I mean, you know, I'll be the first to admit there's been times when I was listening to music in Second Life and I've gotten out of my chair and kind of, you know, jammed it out or whatever, but few and far between, mind you. But even still, if I danced more like my avatar did, I'd probably have a body more like my avatar does. Anna says, I feel Second Life, or in Second Life, I am way more easier approachable than I am in real life. Not sexually, but friendlier looking. And while I'm very nice to everyone, so I can express it better in Second Life. And exactly, this goes back to the psychology of it and why it's good for people who have either anxiety disorders or phobias of being out in public. Not only that, but if you look at sexually, like I was saying, you can be a whore. Literally, you can charge money for it. You can not charge money for it.
And just be a slut.
You can do whatever, and you don't have to worry about STDs or any of that kind of crap that we have to deal with in real life.
Well, until recently, I gave way too many fucks about what people thought about me in real life, and it kind of stunted my personality growth. And now, well, I overcame that for the most part. And being me has just been very liberating and fun and assholey and all at the same time. But in Second Life, I can be me with no repercussions whatsoever. And, you know, a lot of the people on there are great and are actually very willing to listen if I need to vent about something that's bothering me.
And yeah, I mean, again, there's a huge therapy aspect of it. I do want to mention this. Raven says adult searches for sexual adult things. So yes, you'll find some bizarre kinks people have. No shit. Marketplace is a great place to explore parts of Second Life that you would not have ever imagined in real life. She says Anna, often without meaning, has to RBF. I don't know what that means in real life. And people have a hard time approaching her and realizing in real life she isn't extremely friendly. Yeah. Well, and that's
resting bitch face.
Resting bitch face. Okay. That's what that means. Okay. Good job. I was like RBF. I don't know what that means, but,
resting bitch face too.
Yeah. And that's the thing is, you know, people are afraid of me when I show up at work. They're like, oh fuck, somebody's in trouble. What did I do? You know? And sometimes I'll use that to my advantage and be like, hey, let's talk. And they're like, immediately. But
anytime your boss says, I want to talk to you, everybody has their gut just drop out from inside of them. Like,
exactly.
When I got promoted, my freaking gut drops. And they're like, hey, we want to talk to you. Oh, fuck, what did I do? Oh, no, we just want to tell you that we're going to promote you. Sweet. Okay.
Yeah. And so, like, for me, I don't like people. I just don't. I never really did. I don't like you. Just accept it. Anyway, but in Second Life, I can be a little more free. People like to talk to me for some odd reason, and I talk to them, and, you know, I help them out if I can, whatever. But at the same time, it's like, if I were to be in this situation in real life, you wouldn't get a fucking word out of me. And that can translate through time to be a confidence booster, you know, like in Second Life or in any of these virtual worlds, you might find an avatar that is just drop dead gorgeous, right? In real life, you see somebody that's drop dead gorgeous. Oh my God, my hands are sweating. My head goes numb, you know, whatever the case might be. But through being who I am in Second Life, which is the me I wish I was in real life, I have gained confidence in real life as well. You know, people that I wouldn't have dared talk to before. You know, I'll see like somebody that's extremely gorgeous or whatever the case might be, and I will tell them that. Just even in real life, especially if they don't work for me.
Yeah, that's a freaking lawsuit waiting to happen.
Yeah, I don't do that with people that work for me. So, no. So again, we come back to this whole therapy thing, right? Where you can work out those kind of social phobias of being an awkward person. You know, you don't have the facial cues necessarily. Now, some of the more recent animations inside some of these virtual worlds have some pretty bizarre fucking facial expressions, and that's okay, but you don't necessarily see that. So, you know, they say about 90% of what we communicate is nonverbal. It becomes even more interesting to learn how to communicate it, quote unquote, verbally or within text inside these virtual worlds.
The Second Life /me raises eyebrows.
That's an emote.
Yes,
Yeah.
but still, it's kind of the facial expression that you're conveying. It's like,
exactly,
raising eyebrows. Are you serious?
Yeah.
You know, smirks, this and that.
And you'll see that, like, and I mean, you know, I use LOL a lot, which means, if you don't know, and you've been hiding under some rock for the last 10 years or so, that means laughing out loud. Okay. What'd you say?
It was a text it was a mom text. It's like, LOL. What did you think that means,
Mom?
Love. Lots of love.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, it means laughing out loud, right? And so if I laughed in real life as much as I use LOL, people would fucking think I am the Joker.
What,
because seriously, I'd be like, you know, I mean, It just doesn't work that well. What else about
ROFL?
rolling on floor laughing, or Wolf, depending on the day. So overall, virtual worlds are an interesting way to express who you are and everything. My advice to anybody listening is to either A, dive completely in, be who you want to be, learn what you want to learn, or separate those two worlds and be like, I am this here, I am this in real life, never the twain shall meet.
Good luck with that.
If you're able to do that, I applaud you, because again, behind every avatar is a real sentient, somewhat human being. And they have thoughts, feelings, and that's what most people don't see, is the feeling aspect. And again, that could be a limitation with the lack of nonverbal communication. You know, you could meet somebody, they could be talking you up a storm in text, but a lot of emotion is conveyed in how we talk, right? Our inflections, the vocal differences. You know, I could say fuck, and you know that's different from fuck, right? Because you can hear the difference in the inflection and, you know, what kind of emotion I'm conveying. You can't do that in text. So it is easy to get confused. It is easy to get misled. It is easy to get hurt. But it can also be a great place and a great way to learn or experiment or help others in a way that you couldn't in a face-to-face conversation. I mean, shit, I would probably never say 90% of the stuff I say in Second Life. But on the other hand, I mean, now I'll take this way back and say that was me back then. Now I would, because again, I've worked out a lot of issues from my virtual life, and I can integrate that into my real life and feel like a better person. Yeah, Raven says, I usually emote a lot as Second Life nature, or as second nature in Second Life. It's a skill that comes in very naturally to me, but I also have been expressing myself that way in Second Life for 12 years. Yeah, exactly right.
Well, and I also think that just like in real life, where communication is key, I think that needs to correlate in virtual worlds as well, because the emotes, the expressions you give in Second Life can communicate a lot. They can, yes. And I think the communication has to be there, because you don't have that face-to-face tone inflection.
I'm going to say a lot of it comes as you quote unquote play, as you do activities and interact with others inside the world. Because, for example, and I'm sure any female who happens to be listening or watching or in the rooms anywhere will tell you, usually they get about 50 IMs or direct messages, whatever you want to call them, right away with the equivalence of "you want fuck." Right? I mean, I'm telling you, it happens all the time. And especially if you're in a quote noob friendly zone. What is a noob? Somebody who's new to the game or to the system, to the world, whatever you want to call it.
It's a newbie.
And that was one thing that used to bug the hell out of me, is that, you know, people come up to you out of nowhere and they're like, hey, can you give me like 500 lindens? It's like, fuck off. Or the other ones that are like, yeah, I just want to fuck. Or, or you want fuck. And it's not even Y-O-U. It's the letter U, W-A-N-F-U-K. It's like, you know, first off, if you're going to come at me like that, learn to spell.
Yeah.
I don't even accept that shit in a fucking text. I will keep saying, what are you talking about? Over and over in a text message if somebody's using that crap with me. It's like, no, you're going to type it out, because if you want me to respond, I need to know for sure what you're saying. Apparently Anna keeps getting this guy asking her for sex for money. Oh, she says he hasn't said anything about the sex. He just wants or has a lot of money. You want fuck. Exactly. That's exactly how they do it. And, you know, it kind of forces people to learn how to communicate in some ways, because again, you don't have the physical face there, you know, frowning or scowling or looking at you like you're a fucking piece of worthless shit. So you have to kind of learn, come on, baby, let's have sex. That's another one. Yeah. So you have to kind of learn how to communicate. Now there's both on both sides of this, guys and girls both, who are horrible at communication. You'll meet people from Russia. You'll meet people from the Philippines. You'll meet people from countries that you didn't even know existed. And so, you know, some of the language barrier is there. Like I have a friend who is either a horrid typer or speaks with a weird accent. Because, you know, when I sit there and read it, I have to sometimes read 2 or 3 times before I understand what exactly she's talking about. But at the same time, once we kind of get past that, we can communicate effectively. And, you know, again, people from other countries English is not their native tongue. So sometimes, you know, sentence structure is not exactly there. But yeah, sexutary Anna. Anyway, so yeah, there's a therapy aspect to it. There's a learning aspect to it. And you can find this not just in Second Life. There's all sorts of virtual worlds out there. Maybe you're not that creative a person. Maybe you don't want to deal with creating an avatar that's completely and totally customizable. Maybe you want to go into WoW where there's like, you know, 20 different variations of one type of character and you're going to be like, you know, half of the other people that play that type of character. That's fine. But it doesn't mean that you have to be afraid to socialize with people in that kind of a reality. And in fact, a lot of people are learning that it's quite fun. You know, I know people that play Red Dead 2 online. And they're like, yeah, it's great. It's like you're in the Old West and you can go around shooting people. You can talk to people, you know, all this kind of stuff. And, you know, most people take it with a grain of salt and they're like, hey, oh, fucker, you shot me. And then they respawn and everything's fine. But
called Modern Warfare 2.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So it can be very fun, very therapeutic, very much a way to meet somebody. And I know several people that have met inside a Second Life. I believe Raven and Anna are one of those couples that met inside a Second Life. And now they have a real life together. What does that say? That says it can happen. You know, just because you don't see them up front and personal and everything in the very beginning doesn't mean that you won't generate those feelings for one another, that it doesn't matter then what they physically look like or they physically act like. You're already in love with that persona, and that can be very therapeutic as well. Now, I don't want to give a fluff and buff to all this either. There are very dark sides of this. There are predators out there, and there's a lot of people that can use your insecurities against you. Right?
My ex being one of them.
Your ex is one of them, yes. But I mean, you know, there's a lot of people, you know, it's kind of like the people that call you about your car's extended warranty. Same kind of thing, right? These people will talk to you. They'll get to know certain parts or aspects of you, and then they'll prey on that. And like, you can literally invest real money in these worlds and then give it to somebody who then turns it back into real money. And so, yes, you can lose money. You can lose, you know, emotionally, you can lose a lot. You can think this person's the greatest thing since fucking sliced bread. Then all of a sudden they fucking leave you for, you know, somebody that has a better looking avatar or, you know, whatever. There's totally a number of different things that can happen. So don't go into it thinking everything's all sunshine and rainbows, because it's not. Raven says, my prior relationship before Anna, we were casually dating here for a long time and went to real life and had a long distance relationship in real life, but it really didn't nor couldn't work out. But it was a great learning experience. Now we are just back to being friends, and that can happen too. Again, that's a good outcome to a kind of crappy situation. You know, I'm sure you said it was a long distance relationship. Long distance relationships are hard no matter what. Whether you met on Tinder or whether you fucking meet in a virtual world. Of course, if you met on Tinder, you're probably not looking for a long-term relationship, but that's beside the point. So, you know, don't go in unguarded. Don't leave your heart on your sleeve unless you are sure the person that you're talking to is willing to take the steps to do what you need. And I mean, again, it comes back to communication. You have to be able to communicate.
And I think another, again, going back to the therapeutic aspect is, you know, Raven and Anna were saying that Anna is got a resting bitch face, which I can totally relate to. But once you can have relationships, even if they're just, you know, friends that you get online to see every day, and realize that people are going to accept you for who you are, not how you look, that confidence builder is, I would say, invaluable, because then you're like, hey, people actually do like me for me. Maybe it's all in my head. And then you can maybe go out into the real world and be like, hey, people actually do like me for me. And
he likes me for me. And because I'm not Michael Liberace, or whatever that song is.
I don't know. But, you know, and that's something I had to learn the hard way, is that, you know, A, don't give a fuck if people like you for you. But, you know, building confidence online definitely helps in the real world.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think everybody that's listening that's played in these worlds could agree to that. And again, you know, it might give you that confidence to go up and tell your crush, hey,
I like you.
I like you. I think we should fuck. No, I'm kidding.
No, that would be
I wouldn't do that. That would be in Second Life. But in real life, you might want to be like, hey, you know, we should grab coffee sometime. What's the worst that can happen?
They say no.
They say no, or you grab coffee and then have 6 kids and get divorced. But that's life. And these virtual worlds give an extension to your life. So whether it's Second Life, whether it's Wii World, whether it's fucking WoW, Red Dead 2 online, Skyrim online, any of those things, you know, be who you are or who you want to be. You know, I think when I first started, I was I was in school for starters, and I was making clothing and stuff like that in world, and I was making enough money to survive. I don't even think you can do that now inside of Second Life. If people are doing that, hey, more power to them. Congratulations. But, you know, it can be something that really liberates you.
It's like, in addition to Second Life, I play another MMORPG game that it is very much a game. But the reason I like doing that as well is because my character is a wizard, battle wizard, I'd call her. She's got a staff, but she's also got a long ass katana. I
got a staff too. And a long ass katana.
Funny. But I can kick ass in that game. I can be that powerful, save everybody person that I try to be in real life, and usually have it backfire on me. So I can be that savior in the game even to the NPCs, and it kind of satisfies that desire to save everybody.
And yeah, and Raven even says, I've learned what and who I am about as a person. And this place, meaning I believe Second Life, has healed and changed me beyond anything in real life. Again, there's a definite therapeutic aspect to it.
You just have to know where the lines are.
And, I mentioned this before. Back in the 80s, we had role-playing games. And, then a few stupid people who went out and tried to kill people in real life because they were D&D players and they were so fucking cool and blah, blah, blah. So I'm going to chop off somebody's head in real life. And, of course, that's the only press it gets. I thought it was funny because by the early 90s, many psychologists and psychiatrists were, quote unquote, prescribing role-playing games to their patients so that they could learn to see things from another perspective.
Another great fun thing is LARPing too.
Live action role-playing. Yeah.
Yeah. Huh.
Mm-hmm. And, all of that is fun, and it's fun to escape the crap that you have to deal with day in and day out and just do you. There's nothing wrong with that. I miss it too, Anna. D&D. I miss role-playing games in general.
It's called decompressing. And if you have to decompress by sliding inside your computer screen, great. Unzip it with a WinZip. Whatever. Like decompress my life.
Interesting. Unzip it with WinZip. Anyway.
Slide into your computer, whatever.
Now it's more WinRAR. But yeah. And, you can find friends that literally last lifetimes. Some of my best friends are in Second Life, literally worlds away. Well, okay, not worlds, but countries away, oceans away. But I wouldn't trade them for anything.
Aw.
So.
That's so sweet.
Well, we are over the hour, so we're left with the choice. Is there more to talk about or not? So I will take comments, questions, and cute remarks from the peanut gallery inside of Second Life, as well as people on Discord and in any of the chat rooms. If you have any other topics that you want me to hit on about virtual worlds, I would be more than happy to do that.
Yeah, I was trying to watch the SL comments, but I can't exactly see through your chair.
But I go blind. I go blind from them SL comments, man. Don't play with it too much or you'll go blind, Billy. Okay, Mommy. At any rate.
So terrible.
Yeah. So I am going to go ahead and call it for this session. We will see you next week where we will talk about another titillating subject. I don't know what it is yet, but it'll be titillating, I promise you. So for myself, everybody in Discord who has graciously graced us with their comments, I appreciate it. Everyone in Second Life and every place else that we're being listened to, which we have a shit ton of listeners right now. I do want to thank you. My name is Zan, and for me and Alex and Taboo, I want to burp. And then I want to say thank you for watching. You guys are great. And remember, like, follow, share, all that kind of bullshit everybody says on social media. I don't care if you do any of it, but come back next week, 7 o'clock Mountain Time every Monday, unless I feel lazy, and we will see you again. Alex, did you have anything else you want to say?
Not in regards to the topic, but y'all have a good night.
All right. Thanks again for watching. You guys have a good one. Hello, ladies and germs, boys and girls, boys and girls and other assorted genders and species and whatever else you want to call it. Hey, it's Zan. It is 7 o'clock Monday, which means it's time for Taboo. And this week, as usual, there's myself, Alex. Say hello.
Hi.
And then we also have Trixie and Iris are with us this week. Say hello, ladies.
Shalom.
Shalom. Anyway, so we are here. I don't know what Bonkers is up to, but he's still showing as unavailable to me. So
he always shows as unavailable.
Yeah, well, earlier he was actually offline. I don't know.
I'll message him.
Okay. So what are we talking about this week, ladies and germs? We are talking about how to manifest your reality and subliminal indoctrination. So
that message might be a little weird.
Which message?
I just said get your dick in Taboo.
Yep.
I wasn't thinking about
Here
that.
comes the alien
probing.
Anyway, so what does that mean to anybody? Anybody?
Probing?
No. How to manifest your reality and subliminal indoctrination.
So to me, sorry, just gonna take this. At work, the work that I do, working for tips, I'm finding more and more that my attitude has a lot to do with how my day goes. So if I say at the start of the day even before I go to work, I say, I'm going to make X amount per hour minimum in tips and mileage alone. It usually happens. And then
okay,
some.
so I'm going to stop you right there because you're not answering my question.
I am.
No, you're giving an example of it.
That's the only way I know how is by example, but whatever.
So subliminal messaging is something that's hidden in media.
Yes. Are you familiar with any of that? Like from the past? Okay.
There's a Chicago song that if you have it on vinyl and you play it backwards, it is very scary.
Well, I don't know if that's so much subliminal. So let's first start off with the definition here. Subliminal, the prefix sub, literally below or less than, contrary to superliminal or above the threshold. It's any sensory stimulus that's below an individual's threshold for conscious perception. There was a thing a long time ago where they used to do this in movie theaters, right? This is where everybody first heard about it. They would subliminally, or every so many frames, they would show a picture of like a soft drink or food or, whatever the case might be.
Candy.
Exactly. And they found that literally made their sales in concessions soar.
Mm-hmm.
That was until people found out about it and pitched a bitch, right? They were like, no, you can't do that. Blah, 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 blah.
I mean, it's like when you see somebody on like a movie smoking a cigarette and you're like, God damn, now I want a cigarette.
Exactly. Right. There's some more stuff to this. And we'll get into that as we go. But one of the things is that so I'm going to do this. In your everyday life, you, me, anybody, we are bombarded by sensory input, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's visual, sight, smell, all 5 of our senses. 6 if you want to get technical, but 7 actually. But at any rate, all of your senses are bombarded by different sensory inputs. There is approximately 11 million bits per second of information. That's 11 megabits of information that your body is being bombarded with. Guess how many of that actually gets through on a conscious level?
Not very much.
You're correct. As a matter of fact, it's less than 100.
Wow.
I was going to say it's like less than 100%, 100 of it.
Oh yeah. It's 50 bits per second is what actually is filtered by your brain and actually given to your conscious mind.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of information. that is filtered out somewhere. What happens to that filtering?
Well, you store it.
Exactly.
For stupid things.
Well, and not necessarily stupid things, but you store it. And this is one of the interesting parts of the brain, right? So your brain is capable of storing all this information, and it does. Whether it keeps it for very long is another story, but it stores that. So if you are continually bombarded with the same information over and over, it becomes like any kind of skill that you learn, right? The more you do it, the better you get at it. Same thing with advertising, same thing with television, radio, all of that stuff.
It's like the impulse stuff at the registers at every freaking store. It's like, oh, I'm not going to get it today. Like the 10th time you walk by that personal butt sack.
Personal butt sack?
Personal
What are you talking about?
size
Where are you shopping?
Personal size bag of chips. I can't talk right now, but that's what I meant to say.
Like,
The
totally
10th
came out
time
differently.
The 10th time you
Personal butt sex.
walk by it to the register, you're like, yeah, I'm just going to get it now. And it's like, the impulse
Exactly
is ridiculous. And
so, and that's a good example, right? You go to the grocery store, right? You go there. How many of you have said, yeah, I'm going to go get a couple of things from the grocery store, and you end up spending $100, $200, $300, $400?
Me.
Happens all the fucking time, doesn't it?
I'm going to go get some milk and the eggs, and you walk out with a full cart, and you're like, what the fuck just happened?
Exactly.
You also never go when you're hungry.
Yeah, I was
That's
about
a
to
bad
say.
idea.
That's another bad idea.
Always
Yes.
bad,
But even if you're not hungry and you intend on just buying, let's get some shampoo and some hand soap, right? Then while you're there, you see the shampoo. Well, I should probably get some deodorant too.
And conditioner.
And conditioner.
Eyeliner.
And yeah.
So
Right?
it just keeps
And then you're like walking by and you're like, you know what? I should probably get something for dinner. Why? Because you've walked by all these aisles already with what they call end caps or food or toys or whatever. And then you're like, well, yeah, I'll go ahead and get some food for dinner. You go through the shopping aisles, you see, hundreds of cans of the same thing. And what does that do? That makes your body want it. Well, not your body, but your mind.
See, I must be different because I simply go in, get what I need, and leave.
Well, and I'm that way too, except for if I'm like, well, I just want to get something to eat for dinner tonight, and then I start going down each aisle, and I'm like, oh, that sounds good. Oh, that sounds good. Oh, that sounds good. It's like, ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy.
Ooh, Reese's with Reese's Pieces.
I go into the store and I sit there and try to remember what I'm going to get, and then I say, oh, wait.
That looks
there's
good.
some coffee. I should try that.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. We needed wipes. Oh, wait. We needed this. Oh, wait. And all of a sudden, I'm all over the store running back and forth, and I'm leaving the store spending about $300.
Yeah, exactly. So, have you guys ever bought a new car?
Yes.
Yeah,
recently.
we just bought a new car last week.
Okay.
Actually.
So, this might pertain to you guys. So, think about this, right? When you're shopping for the car, you're like, ooh, I like this car. I like the way it looks. I haven't seen many of these, et cetera, et cetera. You buy the fucking thing, and then what's the next thing that you notice? Everybody and their dog has this fucking car.
Except for mine. I haven't seen mine yet.
Well, I've seen a lot of yours, actually.
I haven't, so I'm going to enjoy it while it lasts.
But that's the thing, is that because, and this is where you manifest your own reality, because you've probably seen these same people driving the same car that you just bought 100 times, 1,000 times, whatever. It hits that subliminal part of your brain that's like, ooh, I kind of like that body style. I kind of like how that looks. Let me go take a look. Look at one of those, et cetera, et cetera. And then you buy it and you're like, hey, nobody else has this car. Sweet. Then you're like, God damn it, everybody has this car. What the hell? I never saw this many. And it's a program factor in your brain because you just bought this car or you just bought this item. Now you are on a subconscious level, literally looking for that everywhere. And so you notice it more.
Mm-hmm. Pretty
cool, huh?
That makes sense. I've gone through that.
Yep.
Only without buying the car.
That's a really cool car. I want to buy one.
And then you start seeing it everywhere.
And then you're like, oh, everybody's got this car. Yeah, it's the same kind of thing. So just as kind of a little bit of information, right? Your eyes every second are receiving about 10 megabytes or 10 million bits of information. Your skin receives about 1 million bits or 1 megabyte. Your ears about 100,000 bits, smell about 100,000 bits, taste, unless you're eating something, about 1,000 bits.
Which is why, and I think restaurants would actually probably benefit from doing this, is having the smell or a similar smell to one of their most expensive items just wafting through the restaurant, so people come in, this smells really good. What am I smelling?
Well,
and then it like leads to the
interesting
purchase.
you say that, right? When was the last time that you went by either a restaurant, like you're walking, okay? You're not like driving because that's not fair, but you're walking somewhere and you smell like a burger or you smell, you know, a chicken, a turkey, you know, whatever that smell is that makes you go, I'm kind of hungry now.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very similar thing. There's a lot of science behind what restaurants, what retail establishments do. So why do you think it is that you have your dairy or your fresh fruits around the outside edges of a convenience store or a grocery store for that matter?
Because they want you to walk around the whole store to get to it.
Right. That's exactly it. The more
I
you are
know.
exposed to the store, the more likely you are to buy something that you didn't intend to buy when you get there.
Yeah, I know the Walmart that I always go to, it's like to get to any of the dairy products, it's probably
way in the back.
Yeah, it's a quarter-mile walk from the door to the freaking milk. It's
Actually,
like, dude.
they usually have all their like fresh baking and like their rotisserie chicken
Towards
and
the
stuff like
front.
that at the very front.
Yep. And why do you
So
think
that
that
you
is?
smell it
Yep.
as soon as you get in there. And
Exactly.
you're like, oh, fresh bread would be nice.
Uh-huh.
And then fruit is like close to the back. So is meat and milk and eggs.
And it
Because
depends. Sometimes they move it around, right? But
Yeah.
the goal
That's
is
just
the
to
same.
fuck you, though.
Yeah, the goal is the same. If they want you to go throughout the store, you know, like I'm going to use the Walmart I go to as an example. In order to get a gallon of milk, I have to walk literally a fucking 300 miles. Okay, maybe a little exaggeration, but not by much. From the front to all the way to the back of the store.
And this is
In that
super
amount of
summer.
time, what am I passing? I'm passing meats. I'm passing dairy. Well, not dairy. I'm passing chips. I'm passing
Soda.
soups. I'm passing sodas. I'm passing everything.
all the baking stuff that they've set in the freaking center aisle because it's holiday season now, and you're like,
Yep.
ew, I want to bake a pie now, and
Yeah, I don't have that problem.
yeah, I know you don't.
Just like,
but
ugh.
still. It's like freaking, as I was going to my parents' house today, I drove past the gas station and I'd forgotten to set my car to cycle the inside air, and I smelled something that I swear smelled like people boiling peanuts, and that at that particular time nauseated me. But I'm like, why the fuck am I smelling boiled peanuts from inside my car driving past the gas station?
That's kind of weird.
It was very weird. But I was like, the fuck?
I mean, a lot of like vegans use nuts and they boil them, but
It's gross.
are you sure that it was peanuts?
I don't know. That's what it smelled like to me. I don't know what it was, but like it was very disgusting and odoriferous and just nasty.
Okay.
Random, I know.
So I'm going to go back into definitions, right? Subliminal messages are stimuli that lie below our threshold of conscious awareness. We covered that. Because they fall below that absolute threshold level, or ATL, we can't perceive a subliminal message even if we're looking for it. Now, that's important because most people confuse subliminal influence with subconscious influence, but those are two very different concepts. Okay? So, subconscious influence. Okay, let me go this way. A stimulus can influence us subconsciously without being subliminal. If we can see or hear it, or even if we don't consciously notice it, it's not subliminal. It's considered supraliminal. Did you catch all that? Consider in-store music. When researchers played music at a liquor store, they found a startling result. On days when German music was played, German wine outsold French wine. However, the reverse happened when French music was played. Did people know that the music was influencing their behavior? Probably not. They were subconsciously influenced. Did people hear the music? Indeed. But that's why it was supraliminal instead of subliminal. When it comes to subconscious influence, there's no doubt that we're influenced by supraliminal factors. And I actually have a video. Give me 1 second and I will load it.
Fuck me.
Excuse me?
See you later.
Sorry, I made a mistake.
That was okay.
Your, subconscious message there going on.
All right, so I'm gonna play this. Here we go. Wait, I need to do this too.
Here's a question for you. Each day, we're bombarded with thousands of advertisements and stimuli. There are so many messages surrounding us that we don't even notice most of them. But even if we don't consciously notice them, can they still influence us? Let's answer that question with a brick. Now, in one study, researchers asked a group of students to think of as many unusual uses they could think of for a brick. No, John, I told you 1,000 times, I can't make the meeting today, just reschedule it. Now, before asking students, researchers subliminally flashed them with one of two logos. Either the logo of Apple, a company with a very creative connotation, or the logo of IBM, a company with not so much creativity. Now, surprisingly, even though students had no idea that they were even exposed to those logos, students who were exposed to Apple's logo were able to list significantly more uses for a brick. Pretty cool. But what's even more interesting is why that effect occurs. So the reason has to do with spreading activation in your semantic network.
What?
I'll explain. So your brain is comprised of a semantic network, a giant interconnected web of knowledge containing basically everything that you know. Every concept that you know is represented as a node in that network. And each concept shares connections with other concepts that are related or similar in some way. So your concept for Apple, for example, would be connected to concepts like computers, Steve Jobs, fruit, and in the case of that research study, creativity. Now, when you're exposed to a stimulus, such as Apple's logo, that exposure activates that concept in your network, and it triggers what's known as spreading activation. So once that concept becomes activated, all of the other concepts that are connected to it become activated as well. So once all of those concepts become activated, they all become temporarily integrated in the way that you process the world around you. So they sort of taint your perception and behavior. So if you're exposed to Apple's logo, for example, that exposure will make the concept of creativity more prevalent to you on a subconscious level. So if you're given a creative task to perform, you'll actually perform better on it because the concept of creativity is more prevalent. So that overall effect and influence is known as priming. And that's the reason why images can subconsciously influence your perception and behavior. But the important word is influence. A lot of people think that advertisements can contain subliminal messages or some other types of cues that will control or dictate people's behavior, which is completely false. And to think like that is just idiotic and stupid. But there is something interesting that can happen. This same principle can actually be used to read people's minds. So let's try an experiment. Now, I want you to go with your gut reaction, and I'm going to ask you to think of something. And if I'm lucky, which I think the important word is lucky, I'll be able to read your mind. So just think of any number between 1 and 10. Are you thinking of a number? You see, it's impossible to be foolproof, but people watching this video right now are psychologically more likely to think of the number 7. Is that what number you were thinking of? So what was it that made you more likely to think of the number 7? Well, right before I asked you to think of a number, I casually mentioned a concept that was semantically related to the number 7. Can you think of it? So within our schema for the number 7, we usually associate the idea of luck. And because of that connection, mentioning the word luck triggers spreading activation toward the number 7. So when you're asked to think of a number, that heightened activation will cause the number 7 to pop into your mind more easily. So you'll be more likely to think of it. Now, does it work every time? So neither of you were thinking of the number 7. Fortunately, there is something that you can do to put the odds a little bit further in your favor. If you ever want to influence someone to think of a particular thought, instead of mentioning one related concept, you should mention a bunch of semantically related concepts. So by triggering multiple associations, you increase the strength of that spreading activation, and you increase the chances that the person will think of your target thought. You thinking of a word?
1 second. Yeah.
Young?
Yes. Yes, I am thinking of a word.
Okay. Rainbow.
That's so weird.
Okay, so yeah. So that's just some basic stuff, right? Basic stuff, right?
Indeed.
Stuff.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
You were mentioning earlier that we receive 50 million or 50 megabits of information and we can only
11.
Oh, okay, fine. 11 megabits of information at any one time and can only process about 100. And is there any way to actually increase the amount of information we are able to consciously comprehend?
Yep. Yes, there is. And we'll get into that.
Excuse you.
I know, right? God, that was gross. Anyway.
No excuse for that.
All right. So
I mean,
there's
at least say excuse me.
3 types of subliminal type messages: subvisual, subaudible, and backmasking. Okay. Subvisual are visual cues that are flashed so quickly, generally a few milliseconds, that people don't perceive them. Subaudible message are low volume audio cues that are inserted into louder audio source such as music. And backmasking is an audio message that is recorded backwards with the intention of playing it forwards to disguise the reversed message. And I believe Iris mentioned this earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Regardless of the type, subliminal messages often involve sexual cues. The reason? People claim that associating a stimulus with sex can enhance the appeal of the overall content.
And I was mentioning this earlier in our pre-show. It's like everything, the Hot Pockets to ice cream is just like, oh my God, it's so good. Like, really?
Sex sells.
It does. That's why that is an actual thing. You know, I mean, marketing people are taught that sex sells. I mean, how many ads have you seen, like hamburgers with hot chicks or hot guys like eating them seductively, or foods or anything like that? It's all based on, I mean, you never see a hideous looking person in a fucking commercial, do you?
I mean,
because
are you more likely to buy something that an attractive, overly sexual woman sells you, or man, or a average looking person who's like, hey.
Well, those clothes, I would actually buy the average looking ones because they might actually fit me. But that's another story.
I mean, we're not talking about plus size clothing. That's a whole different topic.
Yeah.
Along with bras.
Exactly. Yeah, you don't see like like overweight. Well, and I mean, they're starting to show plus size models for clothing now, but up until say the last 5 years, you would not see a plus size model in say Victoria's Secret lingerie. Just wouldn't happen. Now, people claim that subliminal messages have shown up in advertising, movies, and music. It's a fascinating concept, no question, but unfortunately, most of the examples are pretty coincidental. People will see meaning into anything if they look hard enough, which is another part of that whole mind association. Not to mention a lot of popular examples aren't even subliminal at all. The cues are just superliminal stimuli disguised within a visual. Nevertheless, here are some examples of subliminal messages in advertising. You can blame the subliminal advertising chaos stuff on James Vicary. In the 1950s, he claimed to boost concession sales at a movie theater by flashing eat popcorn and drink Coke during a movie. Long story short, his claim was a hoax. Despite Vicary's confession, the damage was done. People became scared of that mind control was possible, and the hoax gave advertising a bad rap. Since then, however, people have been on the lookout for suspicious ads containing subliminal messages, and here's a few that sparked their attention. Give me just a second. I got to show you these. So we're gonna... All right. So if you're watching, you got the 99-cent KFC snacker. Notice the dollar bill and the lettuce there?
This one has $1 in it, yeah.
Uh-huh. And what about the Skittles Berry Explosion with the Skittle right in front of the EX? So it says Sexplosion. The Pepsi can that has sex written on it. And then there's, of course, the
Lion King. Oh, wait.
Well, there's subliminal messages in Disney ads and Disney movies. Everybody's seen the one where it says sex.
And they tried to play it off like it was SFX.
Yeah.
Whatever.
I mean, I don't think that children would pick up on that.
No, absolutely not. But the adults do.
Or the original cover for Little Mermaid. Come on.
I mean,
Oh, wait,
as a
wrong wording there.
as a 6-year-old, I never saw the word sex in the stars.
No.
But now
now that you've seen it, it's like you can't unsee it. Once you see it,
now
you're
I'm
like,
hello.
oh, hello, Simba.
Bestiality.
I think even the cover of The Lion King, the way they did his nose was like a freaking thick woman. There was one that, I think it was The Lion King. It was just really weird.
Tap your mic.
What? Simba's nose looks like a what?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Now I gotta look at this.
Now she's checking. No, the original Lion King cover, where it has Simba's face, the outline of his nose looks like a woman.
Interesting. So, okay. How does this work, right? Number one, in order for subliminal messages to work, people already must have a need.
Oh.
People must already want to do that behavior. For example, researchers have found that subliminal messages relating to thirst were only effective towards participants who were already thirsty. For people who weren't thirsty, the subliminal message made no difference. Number two, subliminal messages in self-help tapes. In addition to advertising, another common area of debate involves self-help audios. Hey, let me quit smoking, et cetera, et cetera. The whole new slew of subliminal... Yeah, I see that. Interesting, right? Slew of subliminal audio programs that are supposed to help people lose weight, stop smoking, improve their memory, et cetera, et cetera. Do they work? Yeah, research shows that subliminal messages in self-help tapes are effective, but they're effective because of the placebo effect. Subliminal cues themselves are essentially useless. So, in conclusion, subliminal messages have garnered a lot of skepticism, and rightly so. Nonetheless, emerging the research has given this field a new outlook. While some aspects have been debunked, subliminal self-help tapes, for an example, researchers have been finding merit to other aspects, like subliminal priming. And again, that's like if they already have that desire, you can trigger that. Subliminal messages can influence your can subliminal messages influence your thoughts and behavior? Absolutely, they can. However, again, subliminal messages can't make you do something you don't want to do. So in that sense, you can finally put that little bullshit to rest.
Yeah. Okay. So this might, come up later. But so it's basically like when those girls were saying that Slender Man told them to kill their friend.
Mm-hmm.
That's a subliminal, but it's bullshit.
Well, that was more superliminal, right? Because they're actually telling people that it's kind of like the use of a Ouija board, right? The only way you're really contacting somebody is if you take your fingers off and it keeps moving. All right. I'm just going to put that out there. Otherwise, it's a subconscious twitch in the muscles of the people who are touching it. Mm-hmm. And that makes it move. So with the Slender Man thing, which was complete bullshit, and I think later, didn't they actually come out and say, no, we made it all up or something?
Well, yeah, it was the author of Slender Man.
Yeah.
He was an artist who took real life photos, and he entered a contest to make like a creepy
urban legend,
basically illusion.
Yeah, the urban legend part. Yeah, I remember that.
And then that sparked the urban legend of Slender Man.
Yeah. And these girls
really just
were killing
shadows that looked like a person.
Yeah. So how is this useful to anybody?
Being aware of it will make it harder for it to work, as far as like a...
She said harder.
Rude. I'd like to point out that...
Make it harder.
I'd like to point out that Trixie will never unsee that image now. Just
what?
The Lion King image, you'll never unsee it now.
I think you meant Iris.
Or Iris. Yeah. Sorry.
I mean, it does look like a woman now that I look at it.
It's like, once you're aware, getting back on track here, now that you're aware of it, or if you're aware of the intent behind it,
but
this makes it harder for it to actually work.
The other thing, right? You had to be shown the outline of the Lion King nose with the
Well,
chicks.
I mean, I looked at the cover just by itself, and by the way, it's not the original cover. It's the live action cover.
Is it really?
But yeah, that's not the original Disney cover. The original Disney cover has them on Pride Rock.
And he's holding up Simba.
Yeah. And Scar's underneath the rock looking menacingly.
Ever so menacingly.
Although Scar was my favorite.
He was mine too.
Just saying.
I always root for the bad guys in Disney films.
For the bad guys,
and
period.
If this was real life, you know what? Scar would have been getting some ass.
Oh, you think?
Just saying. Because it is proven that male lions, the darker the mane, the more attractive the females are.
Oh, yeah.
To them.
But
so
we're getting off track.
That boy would have been gotten
again.
Lots of booty.
So let's go back to what I was saying. Right? So in that picture of the Lion King, you had to be shown before you saw it. Now you can't not see it.
Yeah.
Similar with the truck, similar with the car, similar with all that kind of stuff. Now that you've seen it, you're consciously looking for it. It's kind of like the penis and like on the older packs of Camels. It's not on these, but on the older packs of Camel cigarettes, right? There used to be a chick that was getting laid. And once you saw that, you couldn't unsee it. And of course, then you told 500 million people and you're like, oh, that's how they're selling them to me because I want to get laid.
Yeah.
So how does this work with indoctrination, with are kids being desensitized to things today. So let's talk. 10 years ago, 20 years ago, whatever. Fuck, even 30 years ago. Video games consisted of the most evil thing was jumping on a fucking mushroom. Or shooting a pixel square ball at another thing that looked kind of like a horseshoe. Okay? Talking Atari, I'm talking original Nintendo.
Yeah.
So nowadays, though, what our kids or adults, even for that matter, are seeing all the time
Violence.
Are these ultra violent video games, right? You
Call of Duty.
go to slice somebody, you cut them in half. Fucking Mortal Kombat has gotten extremely violent.
I'll be right back.
Okay. But it's really kind of cool to watch. Does that mean that we're indoctrinating or going to breed a bunch of killers? No. Again, remember, these kind of things have to feed on a need in order to actually work. So even though kids are seeing more and more of these violent video games, et cetera, and matter of fact, there was a study that was done, and I don't have the information on it, but it was basically by the time a baby is 6 months, they have already been witness to several murders and or gruesome things on television.
Wouldn't surprise me in the slightest.
Now, even though children's eyes at that age aren't exactly perfect, matter of fact, most of them from 0 to 3 months can't track very well, but they still hear it. They still pick up on the cues from their parents, the audio from the movies that you might be watching,
The
et cetera,
gasps. Oh my God, that was horrible. Yeah, your kid's gonna pick up on that.
So we're in the process of desensitizing people to this stuff. Whereas 50 years ago, if you witnessed a murder, it was like, oh my God, you went to therapy afterwards for months or years even. Nowadays, it's like, whatever. You step over it and you keep walking. They used to tell people, especially women in survival training, or not survival, but, self-defense type training. Don't scream fire, or don't scream help, you scream fire. Because if you scream help, people are like, yeah, I don't want to get involved. But if you scream fire, then people are like, oh, fuck, I need to, maybe go put this out before it kills me.
It's just rude.
Strange but true.
And then there was a sociological experiment a guy did. He dressed in super, super nice clothing, tripped intentionally to see how many people would help him, and everybody rushed to help him, but he dresses like a homeless man, does the same thing, and nobody just like, whatever.
Exactly.
It's rude, but cold truth. So
that's the desensitizing stuff. And how does that happen? Again, you're bombarded with these images, whether they're, and most of them aren't even subliminal, but they're on that subconscious level. They're part of that 10,999,950 bits that you don't process consciously, but hold in the back of your head. And again, if that happens repeatedly and over time and time and time, you become you become accustomed to it, and it begins to associate patterns in your mind and stuff. So when somebody comes up to you and they say, God, life sucks, why do you think that is?
Because they're seeing all the bad crap. They're experiencing all the bad crap.
Mm-hmm.
That was my initial reaction, because I have days that I'm like, dude, I just want to go to bed.
Well, everybody has those days, but like if somebody is literally and figuratively saying that life sucks, life is unfair, it's because they're seeing these things. Okay, so like, for example, I'm going to use extreme examples here. A rape victim. Okay? A rape victim then starts seeing other men or women, depending on the raping factor, as evil, right? And they associate a lot of those behaviors to that particular event, because they start looking for it. Okay, it's not to say that everybody you encounter is out to do that, but it certainly can seem like it if you're looking for these little red flags everywhere. So how do you get out of that mindset? First, you have to train yourself to give you and you'll hear this in a lot of self-help stuff, right? Give yourself positive affirmations. You're beautiful, you're intelligent, you're smart, whatever those things might be. Among other things, yes.
I was saying, that particular example, that creates a lot of trust issues, though, too.
There is, yeah, absolutely.
Because if, for example, a guy does rape a woman, and then, yeah, that woman's not going to trust any other men for years. Like, what if you do this to me? What if you do that? What if...
Right, but it's because it's not necessarily the what if, but it's like, given the circumstances of the rape, and that's the hard part, is where you see them starting to look for those certain factors, right? Yeah. If a person is, and don't get me wrong, there's all sorts of different types of rape, and we're getting off on this rape thing, and I maybe shouldn't have used that, but let's say the person at first was very kind and very loving, and then snaps, right, and does the deed. Well, your next time that you're exposed, I was trying to find the word, but the next time you're exposed to somebody who's nice and who's loving, et cetera, you're like, oh, fuck. Mm-hmm. Because again, you start looking for those subliminal cues, or not subliminal, but the subconscious cues that led to that one particular incident. So I want to get off this topic because it can be very sore for a lot of people, and let's go on to something else. So how do you manifest your reality? So first you got to start giving yourself those affirmations. Not necessarily you can do it, but that's a good one. Right?
Hey,
you can do it. You can get through this.
You can do it.
Exactly. So how does that work? It goes from thought to feelings. I had a good graphic for this. Where'd it go? I think it's on the slideshow. Give me 1 second.
One.
I don't like you anymore.
Oh, you love me.
Thought, feeling, desire, intent, action, and belief. So the more you believe in something, and I've told Alex this on many occasions, is that belief is the core of everything. It doesn't matter what you believe as long as you believe in something. If you believe life sucks, life is going to suck. If you believe life is awesome, life is going to be awesome. And again, it's because when you believe life sucks, you start looking for the things that you consider to suck. And you notice those, and you're like, God, that sucks. God, that sucks. Jesus, that sucks. Fuck, this sucks.
My life sucks. Stop sucking.
Everything sucks, and not in a pleasurable way. Just like if you decide that life is awesome, you start looking for the things that are awesome. Dude, that's awesome. I just got that right.
Anytime I hear the word awesome, I start thinking of the Lego movie.
Everything is awesome.
That's where my brain goes.
It's like, favorite song? Everything. Oh, God.
So if you can get yourself into the mindset where you're looking for probing that ass. I just saw bonkers thing. Anyway, if you get yourself into that mindset that you're looking for the positive things, more and more of those positive things are going to show themselves to you. You believe that you're going to get that new job. You're going to get that new job. You believe that you're going to find the love of your life. You're going to find the love of your life. You believe, again, belief is 9/10 of the law.
You believe you're going to get laid, you're going to get laid.
Exactly. And it can be that simple. People, you might think that's kind of ridiculous, but it's very true. Is confidence not attractive?
Mm-hmm.
See?
Oh, I'm blooming in confidence.
I'm sure you are.
So, and that's my point, is that if you believe it, and I'm not saying a passive belief, like, hey, I'm going to go out and get laid tonight. Yeah, not so much. But if you believe that you can go out and get laid every night, sure, you're going to go out and get laid.
Well, it kind of falls back to the example I was giving at the beginning of the episode, is that if I walk out the door on my way to work with the mindset I'm going to make X amount per hour average for the day, I usually
you begin
don't
to
fall
attract
short.
that. Yes.
I usually don't fall short anymore. And for the other people that are like, oh, I just got stiff, tonight is gonna suck, they don't make money. It's like
and again, it's because they get into that mindset.
and I'm starting to see that more and more, and I'm just like, you know what?
So how do you manifest your reality? You have to think of what you want your reality to be. You have to immerse yourself in that feeling of what you want your reality to be. You have to desire that reality. And then you have to start doing the things that are going to help you get that reality. What does that mean? Well, you're probably not going to end up being a rocket scientist unless you go to school. However, I mean, it can happen.
Let's clarify. Make it a realistic reality. Don't be like, I'm going to become a billionaire overnight. No, that's not how it
exactly.
works.
Exactly. Well, exactly. Yes. You have to put in the effort to become that. Yes. But as you're looking for that reality, you're creating that reality for you. Now, a lot of people could say, well, what about like alternate realities, et cetera, et cetera?
That's not your reality that you're in. So just fucking focus on the one you're in.
Exactly.
Can't dimensionally jump right now, so chill.
Well, once you learn that, you can, but that's beside the point. So you have to have that intent for the desire, for the feeling, for the thought, for the reality that you want to create. You have to put that into action, and that action has to become your belief. I'm going to become a rocket scientist. So what am I going to do? I'm going to be really fucking good at math and science. I am going to go to school. I am going to do this, you know. And yeah, you're going to find some bumps along the way. Everybody does. Right? Nothing is perfect. But if you get into the mindset where you are going to have the life that you want, that you're going to have the job, the love, the relationships, the whatever, then you're going to attract that. Everything is energy, right? Can we all agree on that?
Indeed.
Yep.
So if everything is energy, like energy attracts like energy.
Magnets. Hello.
Magnets is a bad example because south and north attract. That's like the opposites attract thing.
Yeah,
but if you want to get technical about it.
Oh yeah, let's get technical.
Testicle. Let's get testicle about it.
Technical. Technical.
I want to get testicle.
So if you have one magnet, it needs another magnet to attract it, right?
I want all the magnets.
You want all the magnets. All your magnets belong to us.
I am the ruler of the magnets.
Have you ever been in a room of a bunch of people and somebody is just like a complete total fucking downer?
Everybody starts getting down.
And then
that's me.
Good to know. I'll steer clear.
And then everybody just starts being like, oh, life.
No,
sucks.
I'm an energy sucker.
You're an energy vampire.
I am. It takes a lot of energy to like keep this shit going. And I gotta get it from somewhere. So
Are we talking about energy or something else? Anyway, but like energy attracts, like energy is contagious. It's like that whole thing. If you're in a room and somebody's a complete and total downer, eventually everybody kind of goes, ugh.
Well, yawning,
However, if
too.
you're that bubbly person, some people might still go, ugh.
That'd be me. I drive people nuts.
If you're
with my
happy
bubbly.
and you know it, clap your hands.
Clap your
God damn it.
All right.
But
yawning,
that
though, too.
that is the same thing. It's very contagious. You know, if you sit in a room where everybody's just quiet, nothing's going on at all, and you just start laughing uncontrollably, what happens?
People look at you like you're stupid.
But then they start laughing, don't they?
They do.
I mean, maybe I'm hanging out with the wrong group because people just look at me like, what the fuck are you laughing at?
And then you look at them and you laugh even harder. And eventually they start smiling and they'll be like, what the fuck?
That literally happened last night.
Yeah.
I was sitting here, you know, just
masturbating,
minding my business, watching men get
porn,
hair ripped out of their bodies.
Oh, okay.
And I was dying laughing. And everybody's like, what the fuck are you laughing about? And I'm just like, I find it pleasurable to watch men get their hair ripped out.
Like the 40-year-old
Kind of
virgin.
sadistic, aren't you?
I am a little bit of a sadist. Just a little bit.
It's like, I think this is why when we get you two on this show, it just turns into a giggle fest. Like, honestly.
Yep. So again, what you think, you create. What you feel, you attract, and what you imagine, you become. But again, that's not to say that I'm going to be skinny and ripped, but I'm not going to do anything but sit on the couch and eat Cheetos. It's probably not going to work. However,
I mean, I don't
Sitting
know
on the
about
couch
that.
would work.
Cheetos is gonna make you sick real quick,
and then you're gonna become
Then you're gonna
bulimic.
shit yourself to death.
and then you get skinny, right?
And then
Is
you
that
get
how that
skinny.
works?
Let's
But
not give
that's
our,
my point, is
viewers
that,
any
you know, again,
ideas here.
what you think you create. I think I'm going to get ripped. What you feel you attract. I'm going to get ripped. I'm going to get ripped. I feel it.
We're gonna get
And
motivated.
then what
to
you
actually go to the
imagine, you
gym.
become. I imagine myself being ripped. And then you take those steps to make that a reality. So what do I have to do? Well, I have to kind of stop eating shit. And I probably should, you know, do a squat or a sit up every now and then.
I mean, if you're eating shit, there's a problem.
That's a bigger problem, yeah. So I want to play this other video here really quick. This was this is on a YouTube channel. What the hell is the channel? Smart by Design. And it talks about the subliminal messages. So I'm going to play this really quick. It's not really quick. Well, maybe I won't play it because it's going to take us over the hour.
Oh, just play it for Christ's sake.
Fine. All right, I'm going to play it.
That took a lot of persuasion there.
Yeah, sheesh. All right, give me just a second. Let me resize this so it's full screen. And we'll play this.
It's because I'm demanding.
And here
She imagined the video playing.
In a 1957 New Jersey movie theatre, a study was carried out by James Vickery on the effects of subliminal messaging. The words "eat popcorn" and "drink Coke" were repeatedly flashed onto the movie screen for a third of a second, with thousands of moviegoers being exposed to the secret messages over a 6-week period. According to Vickery, this led to an 18% increase in Coke sales and a rise in popcorn sales of almost 58%. This led the FCC to rule that the use of subliminal messages could result in the loss of a broadcast license, and subliminal advertising was banned in the UK and Australia. However, there was a fair bit of skepticism around Vickery's claims, and others were unable to replicate his results. In one study, the Canadian Broadcast Corporation subliminally flashed "Phone Now" 352 times during the television show Close Up. The viewers were asked to guess the message, and hundreds of letters were sent to the station, with about half of these claiming to be hungry or thirsty, obviously aware of Vickery's study. However, no one had called the station or even guessed correctly. It wasn't until 1962 that Vickery admitted his study was a hoax, an attempt to increase customers for his failing marketing business. However, this confession from Vickery did little to change the opinion of the general public about the effects of subliminal messages, and some more recent studies have shown certain types of subliminal messages can have an effect. So, should we be worried? Let's find out. It's been estimated that across all media, each day we are exposed to over 360 adverts. And with the average American watching 4.5 hours of television a day, the potential impact of subliminal messaging is huge. But what exactly counts as subliminal? A common definition states that a stimulus is subliminal when it is below the threshold of conscious awareness and cannot be subjectively identified or discriminated from an alternative stimulus. For example, in one study, participants were shown pictures of irregular polygons for 1 millisecond, way too quick to be consciously aware of it. Afterwards, the participants were presented with pairs of figures, one which they had been exposed to previously and one which was new. They were asked to say which shape they had seen before and which shape they preferred. Although they couldn't say which shape they had seen before, with guesses faring no better than chance, they showed an increased preference for the shapes they had unconsciously perceived previously. In another study, students were asked to write down 3 ideas for possible research projects. They were then exposed to the face of either a smiling or scowling professor. The students were not aware that they had been exposed to these faces and reported seeing only a flash of light. They were then asked to rate the quality of the research ideas they had proposed. Those who had been exposed to the scowling face rated their own ideas less favourably than those who had been exposed to the smiling face. In perhaps the most interesting study on unconscious awareness, people have been shown to remember specific events whilst under general anaesthesia. Patients were given headphones which played repetitions of a series of single words. Following surgery, they reported no memory of any particular words. However, if presented with word stems such as GUI or PRO, they were much more likely to complete the words with those which were played to them whilst unconscious. So if the tapes included the words guide or proud, then they were more likely to complete the word stems with these words compared with others. These effects, however, only lasted up to 24 hours, with the best results coming from the tests taken immediately following the surgery. These experiments demonstrate a distinction between conscious and unconscious perception, with the latter leading to more automatic reactions. But it's one thing to temporarily affect a person's attitudes or judgments with strictly controlled lab experiments, and a completely different thing to alter their behaviour or habits. One area of subliminal messaging which became extremely popular in the 80s and 90s is subliminal self-help audio tapes. The tapes would consist of music or sounds recorded from nature, but claimed they contained embedded information which was too faint to be consciously heard. Whether you wanted to build your self-confidence, quit smoking or alcohol, improve your memory or cure a phobia, there was a tape for you. There were even audio tapes which claimed to be able to cure deafness. In a study by Greenwald, participants were given tapes which are either claimed to improve memory or self-esteem. Unknown to the participants, half of them were purposely given the wrong tape. After 5 weeks of use, those who thought they had been listening to the memory tape believed that their memory had improved, regardless of whether they had been listening to the memory tape or actually the self-esteem tape. The same was true for the self-esteem group. The results, however, showed no significant difference in the before and after tests of memory or self-esteem. These results could be more indicative of the fact that the tapes don't actually contain any subliminal messages, rather than simply not being effective. But what about advertising? Real-world studies are hard to come by, given the ethical implications, and those studies which have been done show mixed and inconclusive results. Perhaps most importantly, subliminal messages won't make you do something that you don't want to, or turn you into a mindless zombie. Thanks for watching. Here are a couple of my other videos. Do you have a preference to watch one rather than the other? Wonder why that is.
And we're back.
And we're dead.
So, yeah, that was pretty...
That was pretty much the same kind of thing that we saw with the other video, right? And that we've talked about, that the subliminal messages only seem to work if there was a desire, and otherwise it was more of a placebo effect. People that were given a self-help tape that suddenly became very self-helped, I guess is the word, even though there was no actual subliminal messages on it. So that's kind of it.
So what about hypnosis?
That's a different kind of thing altogether.
Okay. I'll leave it there then.
So Iris wants to talk about serial killers.
Every white chick's dream. Netflix documentaries on serial killers and ice cream.
And ice cream.
Right? Okay, so it's not only me.
Serial killers are sexy. So we're going to talk about serial killers next time.
I wouldn't call them sexy, but
most of them were pretty freaky looking. I mean, Ted Bundy was a pretty good looking guy.
Because that was not sexy.
John Wayne Gacy was kind of...
But yet they somehow have a charismatic appeal to him that gets women to get close to him. So whatever.
Well, we could go into serial killers and cult leaders. It's kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
So-
I mean, it's very true.
Yep.
They're very magnetic types.
Yeah, I'd be the charismatic.
Yep, and usually an alpha personality. Not always. I mean, if you ever watch, what's it called? What's that TV show called?
No.
Your mom?
BAU, Criminal Minds. That's what it is.
Criminal Minds.
Yeah.
Oh,
Good show.
I love Criminal Minds.
Love Criminals Minds.
I was
that is.
very upset when Morgan left.
Oh, I know, right?
P. Morgan.
I actually stopped watching when that happened. I mean, losing Hotch was one thing, but then
I kept watching because I have a deep love for Spencer.
Right?
I love my men a little bit nerdy and big old brains.
Okay then. So, with that being said, I think I'm going to call it for this week. So we'll probably talk about serial killers next week. Should be interesting. I want to thank everybody for joining, of course. Wait, where's my...
I have a task.
Check to see.
For you and Alex.
What?
Do tell.
You have to find a serial killer who is the same zodiac sign as you.
Oh, that's easy because I was never born. I was hatched. So any of them.
Bullshit.
I was going to say, for me, that should be easy, so.
Why, are you a Pisces?
No.
Yeah.
You'll find out next week.
Yeah. You know.
Are you a Cancer?
No. You'll find out next week.
I'm a Cancer.
So is Hitler. Anyway.
Yeah.
There's a serial killer for you. Commits genocide. I think gets
Mariah
him on the
Hindley.
list.
I mean,
was a Cancer. Mariah Hindley. The most evil woman in Britain.
I mean,
Sagittarius.
I like the lady that
Edmund Kemper.
started poisoning, like disguising poison as makeup, and then like sold all the makeup to the women, and then got them to kill their husbands.
That was a thing for the Joker too.
I just remember that being back in like the 17 or 1800s. She'd like make freaking arsenic makeup that.
What are you? Aren't you? Wait, what are you?
Me?
Yeah, you're.
You'll find out
Aries,
next.
aren't you?
I'll growl at you.
What the fuck was that?
Me growling at you. I said you'll find out next week, and you freaking.
Sounded like you were about to hawk a loogie, not growling.
Yeah, you guys too. If you guys want to like hop in on the conversation, think of serial killers and talk to us about them.
There was this one serial killer, Diggum. He used to kill those sugar smacks, man.
What was he? You?
No, he was a frog.
My favorite serial killer, and I don't know if you can technically classify him as a serial killer.
Oh God, I'm not the only one that can't talk.
Is Charles Manson.
He never killed anybody.
Exactly. He's a genius. He didn't
just
kill
ordered him.
anybody. He got everybody
else to kill for him. Yep, exactly.
That's the way to do it.
And that's like the lady that freaking made the freaking poison in the makeup.
Anyone who wants to be in my cult, just hit me up.
Thought this was next week's episode, not the end of this.
We'll talk about Nexium too. Anyway, all right. Well, for myself, Trixie, Iris, and Alex, and Sadie, of course, because she's underneath me right now, and she's begging for my attention. I am going to say thank you. Did you guys have anything else to say? One last hurrah, if you will. We'll start with Alex. Do you have anything else?
Not particularly at the moment.
Okay. What about you, Iris?
Keep stabbing.
Keep stabbing the eyes.
With what?
Always stab the eyes. And Trixie is currently muted. I think she's on another call, so we're going to leave her where she is. Again, for myself, Zan, Alex, Christy, what the fuck? Iris and Trixie.
Christy.
Fuck if I know. I want to thank everybody for tuning in, and next week we will be talking about serial killers and not the Diggums guy. Again, thank you for watching. You guys have a great day. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are live. Yes, that was me being just weird. I've been doing that a lot in the last hour and a half. Just ask Alex. It's Zan and Alex.
Hello, guys.
We are here. Welcome, welcome, welcome to another beautiful episode of Taboo, where we talk about the things that other people don't. And stuff. You know, that kind of stuff. Pardon me. At any rate. So what are we talking about this week? We are going to be talking about your wounded inner child. Yes, that little voice inside your head that makes you do all sorts of weird shit. And we're going to be talking about it in just a second. I think. Maybe two. We'll go with two. Welcome again to Taboo, where we talk about all sorts of fun stuff that nobody else wants to. Why? Because we know things. We drink and we know things. I feel like Tyrion Lannister all of a sudden. So this week we are going to be talking about your wounded inner child. And it is me, your host Zan, with my little co-host Alex. Hello, Alex.
Hi.
How are you today?
Oh no, tell you here in an hour.
Fair enough. And first we got to talk about what is a wounded child, right? Because most people are like, I ain't got no damn wounded child. Fuck that. When you look at wounded child, it's kind of a rough concept to grasp. And why? Because a lot of people don't know exactly what it is. Now, John Bradshaw wrote this book. It's called Homecoming. I highly recommend it. And you can find it on Amazon. You can find it in most bookstores. He is a pioneer, if you will, in my mind, anyway, about the wounded inner child syndrome. And he says, quote, I believe that this neglected, wounded inner child of the past is a major source of human misery. So what is the human child? Any idea? Really?
Unfinished business, I would say.
No, not so much.
I think in my case, a lot of it was unfinished business, not so much. And that's me having a lack of words for it right now.
Fair enough.
But for me, it all came down to a lot of naivety, not getting what I needed, not being taught everything I needed to be taught, having to fend for myself once I grew up, and then never really approaching what I was pushing deep down inside me.
That sounds highly sexual. Just saying.
Rude.
So there are several parts of your psyche. Okay. And we're going to go through, again, a lot of this is based on John Bradshaw's information. And why? Because I believe he was very much onto something. I used this book when I went through therapy. Ugh. Sorry. My little microphone arm doesn't want to move when I move it, and then it doesn't do anything else. Anyway, yeah, NY Girly, welcome. And she says, man, I never knew how much I went through until I had to go back into my childhood. And I think a lot of people don't realize how much goes back to your childhood. Your psyche is really made up of components. And it's made up of components from the time you were 0 to, say, 3 years old, 3 years old to, say, 6 years old, 6 to about 10, 10 to about 15, 15 till about 20-ish, and then 20-ish until somewhere around 25-ish, and then technically you are supposed to be an adult.
Keyword's supposed to be?
Yeah. Well, so a lot of adult issues actually stem from different types of wounds during those certain types of developmental phases. If you suffer with any of this kind of stuff, and I'm going to go through a list here, and it's always good when you're listing things like this to use to use mnemonic formulas. And basically that's a word that alone means just one thing, but can mean a bunch. And in this case, it's contaminate. And if you have any of these issues, you definitely have some sort of wounded child at somewhere in your life. If you have codependency issues, I know many, many people have codependency issues. Offender behaviors, any kind of narcissistic disorder, trust issues, acting out or acting in different behaviors, magical beliefs, intimacy dysfunction, non-disciplined behaviors, addictive or compulsive behaviors, thought distortions, and emptiness like apathy or depression. All right. Now, show of hands. Anybody with one of those issues, please raise your hand. That's what I thought. Look, everybody. Hi, everybody. So those are the types of issues. And I mean, if we want, actually, let's go through each one and talk a little bit about what each one is. Now, codependency, and again, this comes out to contaminate, the C, or codependence. Codependency is a disease, not a disease like, herpes or AIDS, but a dis-ease, meaning that you are out of ease. And it's characterized by a loss of identity. To be codependent is to be out of touch with your own feelings and needs and desires. Example, and this is straight from the book. Consider the following example. this one girl, I can't pronounce her name, so I'm not even going to try, listens to her boyfriend talk about his distress at work. She can't sleep at night because she's fretting about his problems, and she feels his feelings rather than her own. That's codependency. Ophelia demands that her husband buy a Mercedes. She also insists on keeping their membership at the River Valley Country Club. The Ophelia Oliphant family is heavily in debt. They live from payday to payday. They spend enormous amounts of energy juggling creditors and fashioning an image of upper class wealth. Ophelia believes that her self-esteem depends on maintaining the proper image, and she has no inner self-worth. Yeah, so those are some bizarre examples of codependency. It could be that you need somebody in your life rather than you want somebody in your life, or that you need to be with them instead of you want to be with them. That's codependency. What else?
I do want to add with this that in certain areas, and probably a majority of the United States right now, a lot of people are needing to actually room with other people because single income will not support. And it's not, I hate that situation because I feel like when I first came back here, if I could have made enough money to live on my own, I would have been living on my own. Could I have done that? No.
That doesn't necessarily mean that you're codependent. If you're with somebody and you care about that person, or you have a roommate or whatever, that doesn't mean you're codependent. That means that life sucks and you don't make enough money to live on your own. And I get that, because it's very hard in this world today to have a place of your own that's specifically of your own, you know, especially like we live in Colorado, northern Colorado to be exact. And a typical studio apartment in this town goes for about $1,200 a month. Ridiculous? Yes. Does it make me codependent to have a roommate? No. That just means that you're doing what you can to survive and to live and to have a place. That's not the same as codependence. Now, in a lot of cases where you're in a relationship with somebody where you're lacking those needs that you need, and you're just there because, well, I don't have any place to go, that would be codependency. Make sense?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Frequently reading into toxic relationships. But that was
exactly.
Past episode.
See episode 5. Okay, so let's go to the O, which is offender behaviors. And we tend to think of people with a wounded inner child as going to be quiet, shy, long-suffering, if you will. But the cases that really stand out are quite the opposite. For example, Hitler. Everybody remember him? Guy started World War II and everything. He was violently beaten when he was a child. He was humiliated and toxically shamed by a sadistic father who was the bastard son of a Jewish landlord. And so what did he do? He reenacted the most extreme form of that cruelty on millions of people. Yes, folks, wounded inner children can be very dangerous.
Yeah, I'm curious about Ted Bundy's inner child.
Oh, I'm sure it's probably in this book too, but yeah, I mean, you know, those offender behaviors can happen and you can act out. Just because it's a wounded inner child doesn't mean that it's all quiet and shy and back in a corner somewhere. It actually is the responsibility, or it's the reason. Dog scratching. It's the reason that either that or Santa Claus is here, one or the other. I'm not sure which. Were you scratching? Yeah. Okay. Lay back down. Go back to sleep. Wounded inner children are responsible for much of the violence and cruelty in the world. How's that grab you?
Seems like they're screaming out for help.
Yep.
and not in the most constructive way.
So let's move on to the N. Narcissistic disorders. Seems to be everybody anymore. How do you qualify that? Okay, so as a child, you need that unconditional love, at least in the beginning, right? You need that from your mother, your father, whatever the case might be. Sorry, I'm reading. NY Girlie says, what I've come to know is that the wounds I have ruined much of my life, and I made decisions based on those things subconsciously. Absolutely. And we'll get into that as well, is that it becomes a tool of self-sabotage, and you don't even realize you're doing it.
I can definitely raise my hand as far as that statement as well. It's crap happened. And yeah, my subconscious decided to take matters into its own hands and put me in an even worse situation.
Mm-hmm. So back to the narcissistic disorders and being a child, without those loving eyes of the parent, the non-judgmental parent, mind you, or a caretaker, depending on what kind of lifestyle you live, a child has no way of knowing who he or she is. Every one of us was a we before we became an I, unless you were hatched. Make sense? So we need to know that we mattered, that we were taken seriously, and that every part of us was lovable and acceptable. Now, there's a movie, what was that movie called with the psycho kid? We just watched it not too long ago.
The Prodigy.
The Prodigy, yes. That was interesting, but that's a different case. That's more paranormal than normal, so we're not going to even go there. But I do highly suggest you watch that movie because that's a narcissist. And we also need to know that our caretakers love and depend, or that we have caretakers that love and that we can depend on. That's what I'm trying to say. This is what happens when I tried to read and talk at the same time. It just doesn't work.
And you mentioned the non-judgmental parent, and I think that is a key factor because there are infinitely more people coming out saying, I'm gay, I'm, coming out about their sexuality, and their parents just absolutely disown them. And
sometimes. It's not so common now as it was, say, 10 years ago.
Yeah, but, regardless how you feel, who, you choose to be attracted to, your choices in life. Oh, I don't want to go to college, and the parents just pushing for the kid to go to college. It creates a lot of tension.
Absolutely. Well, and again, this begs this whole point is that if we don't know that we have caretakers or parents or whatever you want to call them that love us and we can depend on them, and those are our healthy narcissistic needs, right? We all need to know that we're loved and that we're cared for and stuff like that. But if we didn't get that need met, our sense of I or I am is damaged. The needs of the narcissistically deprived adult children, which is a lot of them, can take various forms as well. They're disappointed in one relationship after another. They're always looking for the perfect lover who will fill their needs. They become addicts. Either, this is that attempt to fill that hole in their psyche. So sex, love, addictions are prime examples of that. They seek material things and money to give them a sense of worth. They become performers, actors, or athletes because they need that continuous attention. They use their own children to meet their narcissistic needs. And we see this a lot now, right? Because in their fantasy, their children never leave them and will always love and respect and admire them. And so they try to get that need from their kids.
Which just results in more wounded inner children.
Exactly. Or, severely wounded inner children. It's progressively gotten worse over the last 50 years. Yeah, exactly. NY Girlie says she sees that so much too. So we move on to T. Trust issues. Who has trust issues? Ow, I think I hurt my shoulder raising my hand that fast. So, and here again, we go back to our parents. And you can blame your parents. You certainly should blame your parents. But when our caretakers are untrustworthy, children develop that deep sense of distrust. The world seems like a dangerous, hostile, unpredictable place, so the child must always be on guard and in control. He comes to the belief that if I control everything, then no one can catch me off guard and hurt me.
Yeah, I used to have trust issues, and I still do to an extent. They're not nearly as bad as they used to be, but after getting out of that 9-year very toxic relationship, I was always on edge. I was always wondering who was going to do something to bring me out of my comfort zone. I didn't like getting comfortable because I knew there was always going to be something.
That you're always waiting for that foot to drop.
Yes.
Yeah.
Even after the relationship, it was like, what's the next piece of bullshit?
And this whole thing brings about a kind of madness in the psyche, right? The control becomes that addiction, that thing that you're longing for so much. And you see this all the time. Like when people dive themselves into work, they work 100, 200 hours a week. And that's only because they can't trust anybody that's working with them or for them to do their fucking job. I'm kind of at that point right now. So let me tell you, it's been a crazy couple of weeks. Now, this kind of control also will cause severe relationship problems. There's no way to be intimate with a partner who distrusts you.
Yep, pretty much.
Yep. Why? Why is that? Why do you think that is?
Well, speaking from experience, my ex did not trust me in the slightest. He had extreme trust issues despite my numerous attempts to quell that distrust, prove that I was loyal, prove that I was going to do this, prove that I was going to do that.
Yep.
But no matter how much I showed him that I was trustworthy, never seemed to quell that, and it just got to the point where I was like, okay, well then screw you too. I'm just gonna act cold to you.
Well, exactly. And I mean, intimacy in any relationship depends on both partners being able to accept each other just the way they are, right? I mean, to get that real intimacy anyway. But in this kind of case, one either gives up all control and ends up trusting like in a gullible and naive way, clinging onto others and over-inventing esteem for themselves, or they withdraw into isolation, loneliness, and build those protective walls and not allow anyone to come in.
Yep, I had a ton of walls when I left.
Oh, I'm sure. So children learn trust from their trustworthy caretakers, parents, nannies, whatever. If mom and dad are consistent and predictable, if mom and dad trust themselves, the child will trust them and learn to trust himself or herself. Interesting, huh?
Just a little bit.
And as we go through these, I'm sure everyone listening is going to sit there and be like, oh my God, that's either me, that's this person that I'm living with, that's my kid, that's my sister, brother, whatever. You're going to find that a lot of people have these issues, and thus a wounded inner child. So we go to A, acting out or acting in behaviors. What do you think those are? Let's start with acting out.
You said acting out?
Out, O-U-T, yes. So, pardon me. And I do apologize for the coughing and stuff. I was really sick this morning, so I'm not feeling 100%. But, I drudge on. Why? Because my wounded inner child makes me. So, in order to grasp how our wounded inner child acts, or acts out in this case, those unmet childhood needs and unresolved trauma, we have to understand that the primary motivating force in our lives is emotion. Can we agree on that?
Absolutely.
Now, emotions, for those of you who don't have them or don't know what they are the fuel that moves us to defend ourselves, to get our basic needs met. Think energy in motion. This energy is fundamental. Our anger moves us to defend ourselves. When we get angry, we take a stand. We become fighting mad. And anger protects. With anger, we protect and fight for our rights, right? What about fear? What does fear do?
Too much. Controls everything in your life, pretty
Well,
much.
It can. It moves us to take flight, right? It's that fight or flight, anger or fear, which is a really bad thing to teach people. It's fight or flight. So you're either going to fight, anger, or you're going to run, fear. But fear becomes anger, right? Fear gives us that discernment. It protects us by letting us know that danger's around. And if it's too large to fight, it moves us to run and take refuge. Help! What about sadness?
That's just depressing, is what that is.
Sadness is depressing. It's sad to be depressed. Sadness moves us to tears, of course.
Which, in the eyes of my ex, was just pure weakness, you know. Had
Well,
to, like,
see,
go
and
to
that's
the,
bullshit, too.
Had to go in the
Yeah, go ahead.
bathroom to
In
act
order
like
to
I was
cry.
taking a really long dump. And I learned to cry absolutely silently. I
I was going
to
to say you let it out while you're like in there and he's thinking you're taking it up.
That would have been funny.
Anyway. Sorry.
No, I learned to cry very silently. Acted like I was taking a long dump and just sat in there and got over it. And then eventually just turned off my emotions, period. I became very numb.
Well, the thing about sadness and crying is a cleansing thing. It helps us resolve that distress. We grieve our losses and free up our own energy to be used by other things and become more present in the moment. Now, when we can't grieve, or you're holding that in, you can't finish the past, so you can't move on from it.
Always a fun time when you actually can do that. And
Well, it's definitely beneficial, yes, but all energy that's relating to that distress or the trauma becomes frozen, and you become, what was the word you used?
depressed.
Numb.
Numb. Yeah,
Yeah.
there we go.
Unresolved and unexpressed, this energy continually tries to resolve itself, and since it cannot be expressed in healthy grieving, sorrowly, God, I can't talk. It's expressed in abnormal behavior. This is called acting out. Yeah. So what is acting out? It's reenactment of the violence on others, doing or saying to our children what we said we'd never do or say. Spontaneous age regression. I've seen this. Temper tantrums in, say, Walmart. Being inappropriately rebellious. You see this all the time now, too. It's like, you know, how many kids, say 18 and under, have you seen do this kind of stuff? And carrying on those idolized parental rules. But what is acting in?
I would say suppressing everything, but
Ooh, quite the opposite. Acting in is basically acting out, but it's directed towards yourself. You punish yourself the way you were punished as a child.
yeah.
You tell yourself, I'm an idiot. How could you be so dumb? Or how could I be so dumb? Some people go even further. They hit themselves in the face with their fist. And again, this is all unresolved emotion from the past. And it's turned against the self. Emotional energy that's acted in, again, towards the self, can cause severe physical problems, including gastrointestinal disorders, headaches, backaches, neck aches, severe muscle tension, arthritis, asthma, heart attacks, and cancer. Being accident prone is another form of acting in. One inflicts punishment on oneself through accidents.
I have an issue with the accident prone. I'm just clumsy.
So, do you know anybody so far?
Me?
I was going to say, not counting yourself, because we're all probably starting to do that introspection thing where you're like, fuck, I am fucked up. I know when I first read this book, I was like, holy cow, my entire life has been some sort of abuse or another. Yeah. Thanks, Mom. Thanks, Dad.
Aside from myself, the main person that's coming to mind is my ex, because he was an extreme narcissist, abusive. And I know to an extent what might have caused it, because he told me stories, but still didn't help the situation.
Nope. All right. Moving forward, because we like to move forward. Oh, I know. NY Girlie says, can you imagine the things we've passed on to our kids? Now, one of the things that we'll go through in the whole healing process here is not only are you, I mean, this is what we're going through to identify it. And then we're going to go through some stuff to fix it. And the thing is once you become aware of it, it's a lot easier to fix. It's a lot easier to take care of. And you pass that on if you have children. You give them the tools that they will need. You realize, oh, you know what? Sitting here and saying, yeah, go play games all day, probably not good parenting. You're not giving them the love the Xbox is, or the PlayStation, whatever.
And I know in the past couple of years, I've done a lot of healing. I know there's still a lot of healing left to be done, but the amount of healing that I've done in the past 2 years has improved my mindset exponentially. And I'm so much happier. And I might be playfully rebellious at work, you know, saying no as I'm going to do the thing that I just said no to. Hey, can you do this? No, as I'm walking to go do it. But not to the extreme that it just causes problems.
Well, I would hope not. Or else I'll probably have to have a severe heart-to-heart talk with you at the workplace. And we know that doesn't go well. Yeah, and NY Girlie says, can you imagine the things we've passed on to our kids? We have so much to fix within ourselves. And then she commented as well that, yes, she's learned that too, that once you heal yourself, you can actually heal your children before they get broken to begin with, or help them through their inner child. I mean, they might only be 6, but you could discover that, look, they've been wounded since they were just out of the vag. You know what I'm saying? So you can certainly use these skills. And again, this is all a book called Homecoming by John Bradshaw. Find it on, whatever, wherever you buy books, Barnes and Noble, Amazon, local bookstore, whatever. It's everywhere. And it is probably one of the best books I've ever read on this subject. So let's move forward again. Magical beliefs. We're at the end. Contaminate, right? So this is the M, and it's magical beliefs. What are magical beliefs? Children are magical creatures, right? They haven't been told no to some extent. Step on a crack, break your mama's back. But magic, yeah, did you like that? Magic is a belief that certain words, gestures, or behaviors can change reality. Some of it is very healthy. You want to breed that creativeness into your children, right? But dysfunctional parents often reinforce their children's magical thinking. Like if you tell your children that their behavior is directly responsible for someone else's feelings, you're teaching them magical thinking. Like, you're killing your mother. See what you've done? Now your mother is upset. Or now I am upset if you're the mother. Are you satisfied you made your father angry?
Yeah, I am. Oh, wait. Not really.
So another form of that magical reinforcement is the statement, I know what you're thinking. Don't even go there. Other kind of contaminating magical beliefs are, if I have money, I'll be okay. If my lover leaves me, I'll die or I'll never make it. A piece of paper, we've talked about this, a degree will make me smart.
Oh, wait.
If I try hard, the world will reward me. Now, in today's day and age, that's not too far from truth, but you get the idea. And waiting will bring wonderful results. Best things come to those who wait. Bullshit.
Yeah,
Best thing comes to those who go out and grab the shit by the testicles and drag it home. Now,
Like at Black Friday?
that
Where you
means,
can get killed?
I do not go out on Black Friday. Fuck that. So, yeah, and please don't go grab somebody's nutsack and drag them home with you. That is not what I mean by it. Any sense of the imagination. So, a lot of times we see where little girls were taught fairy tales that are filled with magic. Cinderella, as a good example. Wait in the kitchen for the guy with the right shoe. Right? Sounds like a plan. Snow White was given a message that if she waits long enough, her prince will come.
Yeah.
I'll
no.
just lay here and sleep and he'll come wake me. Interestingly enough, on the literal level, that story tells women that their destiny depends on waiting for a necrophile. That's somebody who likes to kiss dead people, by the way.
I'm sorry you're dead. Let me give you a farewell kiss. Oh, wait, you're not dead. You were only sleeping.
Yeah.
What?
But, you know, it's not just girls. Boys are taught this kind of crap, too. Many stories contain that message that there is one right woman whom they must search for and find. And this search makes the man travel. Traveling into dark woods and conquering dangerous and frightening dragons. Finally, he will know, without a doubt, when he finds her. Bullshit.
Yeah, and if the person that he thinks is the one makes the slightest mistake, then his whole world comes crumbling down.
Well, interestingly enough, this is actually psychologically the reason why men get so anxious waiting at the altar.
Interesting.
Yeah. So often male's destiny is shaped by arcane thoughts like magical beans or miraculous swords. Excalibur. He may even have to hang around with a frog. And if he can muster enough courage to kiss it, hey, the frog may turn into a princess. And then, of course, women have their own version of that frog story. Yep. For women, it's all about waiting for the man. For the men, it's all about searching endlessly for the woman. Tell me that didn't fuck you up when you were a kid. Now, I mean, look at your life and tell me this kind of stuff didn't fuck you up as a kid. When our inner child is wounded, he or she continues to take these stories literally. As adult children, we magically wait for and or search for the perfect ending where we will be happily ever after.
Sorry to bust your bubble, but
Thank you for the ice cream.
happy endings just don't happen.
Well, they can.
Well, they can happen,
But they don't happen fairy tale happen.
Well, they can happen, but you kind of have to make them happen.
Exactly.
That was
You
what I
got
was
to
going
grab
for.
it by the balls and fucking bring it home with you. You can't just wait.
That's what I meant by it doesn't just happen.
All right, we're going into the next is I for intimacy dysfunction. What do you think this one's going to tell us? I'll tell you what it's going to tell us. It says, many adult children move back and forth between the fear and abandonment and fear of engulfment. Some are permanently isolated because of their fears of being smothered by another person. Others refuse to live or leave destructive unions due to their terror of being alone. And most fluctuate between the two.
Yeah,
you fall madly in love. Once you become intimate and close, you begin to pull away and distance yourself from your lover. You do this by slowly gathering a list of criticisms. The items on the list are usually about small, idiosyncratic behaviors. You initiate small squabbles and arguments over these behaviors, and your partner is usually withdraws and pouts for a day or two. Then you're reunited intensely, making wild, passionate love and experiencing deep sharing. This lasts until you feel smothered again and you create that distance, starting another fight. Sound familiar?
Yep.
Anyone? Raise your hands. Yeah. Intimacy dysfunction does not mean erectile dysfunction, just saying. Can, but it doesn't always. And it's impossible to be intimate if you have no sense of self. How can you share yourself with another if you don't really know who you are? How can anyone know you if you don't know who you really are? This is where that whole thing, oh, you can't love somebody until you love yourself. Well, crap. There is some meat to it, I guess, because you have to know thyself to love thyself, right?
Well, and that's another thing, again, going back to my ex, would constantly berate me about the little stupidest things, but then wonder why I didn't want to be close, or wonder
why you didn't want to fuck.
Pretty much.
Why don't you want to fuck, girl?
Or wake me up at 3 a.m.
You don't want this dick? This dick is good dick.
Wake me up at 3 a.m. wondering why I didn't want to freaking get him off. Oh, wait, I was sleeping. Leave me alone.
Yep. So, and I mean, this can manifest in, more extreme ways. For example, like a child victimized by parental contempt and humiliation is often set up for sadomasochistic sexual behaviors. Bet you didn't know that, did you?
Makes sense.
Like a untreated incest victim. Never worked through your sexual rage about your abuse. Bonded with and internalized that anger at men. Later became a sex addict. Owns a large collection of pornographic books and videos. He's turned on by imagining himself being demeaned and humiliated by a dominant, mothering type woman. See, this is the problem. Children need firm guidelines to master the tasks of each stage of development. And if a child can't get his or her age-appropriate developmental needs met, they will be arrested at that stage of development. And I don't mean like in handcuffs. They simply stop growing at that stage. Children who fail to get those infancy needs met become fixated on oral gratification. This may manifest sexually with a fixation on oral sex. Children arrested in the toddler stage are often fascinated by buttocks, the booty. Fascination with a genital part is called sexual objectification, and it reduces others to genital objects. You're either a dick or a vagina, or an ass, legs, or you get the idea. Sexual objectification is the scourge of true intimacy, because intimacy requires two persons, two whole persons, mind you, who value each other as individuals. Many codependent couples engage intensely at objectified and addicted sex. It's their only way their wounded inner child knows how to be close.
Sounds so healthy. Right.
Yep. So we move on to the N. Non-disciplined behaviors. Children, and this is something that you don't see a lot today, need parents who model self-discipline rather than preach it. They learn from their parents what their parents actually do and not from what they say they do. When parents fail to model that self-discipline, the children becomes undisciplined. Or the child, or children if you have multiples.
Do as I say, not as I do.
Exactly. And when parents rigidly discipline and don't walk what they talk, right, the child becomes over-disciplined. An undisciplined inner child dawdles, procrastinates, refuses to delay gratification, rebels, is self-willed and stubborn, acts impulsively without thinking. The over-disciplined child is rigid, obsessive, overly controlled, and obedient. Very people-pleasing and ravished with with shame and guilt. However, most of us who would have a wounded inner child fluctuate between undisciplined and over-disciplined behavior.
Yeah, I would say I definitely fluctuated on that one.
Yep. And again, it's all because you weren't given the tools when you were young.
At times, I can definitely look back and see that I was over-disciplined. Things were too strict. But then, at the same token, there were a lot of do as I say, not as I do moments, which would be the under-disciplined. And so, yeah, there are some things that I'm super OCD about, and other things it's just like, whatever.
All right, we're moving forward once again to the A, addictive/compulsive behaviors. And this is where the wounded inner child is the major cause of addiction or addictive behavior. For example, somebody becoming an alcoholic at an early age. You find out their father, also an alcoholic, physically and emotionally abandoned them when they were a child. They felt worthless because he never gave them time. Because he was never there to model behaviors for them, they never bonded with him, never experienced what it was like to be loved and valued by a man. Therefore, they never truly loved themselves as a man.
I can see so many of these symptoms or behaviors in a lot of the criminal profiles, be it Hitler, be it Ted Bundy, be it...
Oh, absolutely.
All of them.
But it doesn't necessarily have to be criminals, but yeah, you see this and all this stuff in those kind of career criminal people. Just know that addictive activities include things other than sex. They include work, shopping, gambling, religious rituals. In fact, any activity can be used to alter feelings or In fact, any activity can be used to alter feelings, and activities alter feelings through distraction.
I know all about that one too. Getting so numb to the point where all I wanted to do was play the game so it passed the time and let another day go by.
You live to go to bed so you can possibly not wake up the next day. I get it.
Yep.
Cognitive addictions, these are the ones in your brain, are a powerful way to avoid feelings. I lived in my head for years. I was a university professor. Thinking can be a way to avoid feelings. All addictions have a thinking component, which is called obsession. At the core, most addictions, no matter the genetic factors, is the wounded inner child, who is in a constant state of crawling and insatiably needy. One does not have to be around an addict very long to see these qualities in them. So, again, how many of you out there have seen these kind of behaviors in yourself or those that you love? What about thought distortions? That's our next one, the T. Contaminate. Jean Paget, developmental psychologist, called children cognitive aliens because they do not think like adults. Children are absolutizers, meaning this quality of a child's thinking is manifested in an all or nothing polarity. If you don't love me, you hate me. There is no in between. If my father abandons me, all men will abandon me. Children are also non-logical, and that manifests in what has been described as emotional reasoning. I feel a certain way, therefore it must be this way. I feel guilty, I must be a rotten person. That kind of stuff. And again, children need healthy, I'm going to say this slow, right? Children need healthy modeling in order to learn to separate thought from emotion, to think about feelings, and to feel about thinking. Children also think egocentrically, which is manifested in their personalizing everything. If dad has no time for me, it must mean that I'm not okay, or that something's wrong with me. Children interpret most abuse this way, egocentrically, as a natural condition of a child and not a sign of moral selfishness. Children are not just fully capable of taking another person's point of view. There's a book called Mind Blindness. The book is more about autism or autism spectrum disorder, but it's very good at demonstrating this. When a child's developmental dependency need is not met in adulthood, they are contaminated by this inner child's mode of thinking. And this is where, you hear adults expressing these childish type contaminated ways of thinking, like America, right or wrong, is a good example of an absolutist thinking. Black and white.
And also I've heard that if you love me, you'll do this thinking. Line of thinking is like, well, if you love me, then you'll make sure well, in my instance was, if you love me, you'll hold everything inside and not start problems with my family while I'm at work. Really?
Yep. Well, and if you start listening for this, you'll hear this in everybody. I mean, seriously. Like a woman looking at her airline's vacation planning magazine, and she innocently remarked that she has always wanted to go to Australia. The man responded angrily with, "What the hell do you expect from me? I'm already killing myself with work." His wounded inner child believed that she was judging him as an inadequate financial provider simply because she wanted to go to Australia. And our very last letter is E. Emptiness, apathy, or depression. The wounded inner child also contaminates the adult life with a low-grade chronic depression experienced as emptiness. This depression is often the result of a child having to adopt that false self, leaving the true self behind, or not knowing it at all. This abandonment of the true self amounts to having an empty place inside, the hole in one's soul, if you will. When a person loses their authentic self, they have lost contact with their true feelings, needs, and desires. What is experienced instead are the feelings required by the false self. For example, be nice is a common false self component. A nice woman never expresses anger or frustration, right? To have a false self is to be in an act, period. One's true self is never present. A person in recovery described this in the way That's it's like I'm standing on the sidelines watching life go by. And feeling empty is a form of chronic depression. It really is. As one perpetually is in mourning for one's true self, all adult children experience low-grade chronic depression to some degree. And what is one of the things going on right now in our society that has been making news for the last 5 or 6 years? The number of depression sufferers.
Sounds about right.
Emptiness is also experienced as apathy. I often hear adult children complain that their lives seem dull and meaningless. They find life characterized by a kind of absence that they cannot understand, and they wonder why people get so excited about things.
Or even
whatever.
get angry when people get excited.
You are absent literally from the experience. When our inner child is wounded, we feel empty and depressed. Life has a sense of unreality about it. We are there, but we're not really in it. The emptiness leads to loneliness because we're never who we really want to be or really are. We never are truly present. And even if the people we admire and hang on to us, we feel alone. I know I felt most of that way my entire life.
I felt very alone for a very long time. And when it got too much, it just turned to numbness.
So, this is the part where we're going to diagnose ourselves, okay? I want everybody to take out a pen and paper, or a pencil and paper, I don't care, whatever you're going to use. I'm going to ask you some questions. They're all simple yes and no questions. Okay? You got your pen and paper?
I wish. No.
So this is the first questionnaire. And this is all related to your identity. First one, yes or no. I experience anxiety and fear whenever I contemplate doing anything new. I'll give you a moment. Write 1 to 10 on a piece of paper. I don't know how many questions are there here. There is actually quite a few.
40,
so again, this
think.
is under identity. Question 1, I experience anxiety and fear whenever I contemplate doing anything new. Question 2, I'm a people pleaser, or a nice guy, sweetheart, whatever, and have no identity of my own. Number 3, I'm a rebel. I feel alive when I'm in conflict. Number 4, again, these are all yes or no's. In the deepest place of my secret self, I feel there is something wrong with me. Number 5, I'm a hoarder. I have trouble letting go of anything. And again, answer these honestly. The only person that's going to know the answer is you. Number 6, I feel inadequate as a man or a woman, or transgendered species. Number 7, I'm confused about my sexual identity. There are no right or wrong answers. This is you just asking and being honest with yourself. Number 8, I feel guilty when I stand up for myself and would rather give in to others.
So does the answer sometimes equate to a yes?
I would say yes. We're going for yeses and nos. If it's sometimes, then it's a yes. I mean, if it's recent, it's a yes. If it's in the past and you don't do that anymore, then it's a no. What number were we on? 8?
Yes.
Number 9, I have trouble starting things. Followed by number 10, which is I have trouble finishing things. Number 11, I rarely have a thought of my own.
Number 12, I continually criticize myself for being inadequate. Number 13, I consider myself a terrible sinner and I'm afraid I'm going to hell. Number 14, I'm rigid and a perfectionist. Number 15, I feel like I never measure up or never get anything right. And again, these are just between you and yourself, and just be honest with yourself, okay? Number 16, I feel like I really don't know what I want. Number 17, I am driven to be a superachiever. Number 18, I believe I don't really matter except when I'm sexual. I'm afraid I'll be rejected and abandoned if I'm not a good lover. Number 19, my life is empty. I feel depressed a lot of the time. And number 20, I don't really know who I am. I'm not sure what my values are or what I think about things. And then we're going into part B, which is basic needs. Number 1, I think each section of this has like 20 questions, right? Yes. Okay, and there's 3 sections, so deal with it. Basic needs, number 1, I am out of touch with my bodily needs. I don't know when I'm tired, hungry, or horny. Number 2, I don't like being touched. Number 3, I often have sex when I don't really want to. Number 4, I have had or currently have an eating disorder. Number 5, I'm hung up on oral sex. That could be giving or receiving, it doesn't matter. Number 6, I rarely know what I feel. Number 7, I feel ashamed when I get mad. Pardon me. Number 8, I rarely get mad, but when I do, I rage. Number 9, I fear other people's anger and I will do most anything to control it. Number 10, I'm ashamed when I cry. Number 11, I'm ashamed when I'm scared. Number 12, I almost never express unpleasant emotions. Number 13, I'm obsessed with anal sex. Number 14, I'm obsessed with sadomasochistic sex. Hurting or being hurt. Number 15, I'm ashamed of my bodily functions. Number 16, I have a sleep disorder or disorders. Number 17, I spend an inordinate amount of time looking at pornography. Number 18, I have exhibited myself sexually in a way that violates others. Number 19, I'm sexually attracted to children and I worry I might act it out. And number 20 is I believe that food and or sex is my greatest need.
And then we go on to section C, which is social. Number 1, I basically distrust everyone, including myself. Number 2, I have been or am now married to an addict. Number 3, I am obsessive and controlling in my relationship. Number 4, I am an addict. And again, there are no right and wrong answers, and this is just between you and your pencil or pen. Number 5, I'm isolated and afraid of people, especially authority figures. Number 6, I hate being alone and I'll do almost anything to avoid it. Number 7, I find myself doing what I think others expect of me. Number 8, I avoid contact at all costs. Number 9's kind of long, so here we go. Number 9, I rarely say no to another's suggestions and feel that another's suggestions are almost an order to be obeyed. Number 10, I have an overdeveloped sense of responsibility, meaning it's easier for me to be concerned with another than with myself. Number 11, I often do not say no directly and then refuse to do what others ask in a variety of manipulative, indirect, and passive ways. Number 12, I don't know how to resolve conflicts with others. I either overpower my opponent or completely withdraw from them. Number 13, I rarely ask for clarification of statements I don't understand. Number 14, I frequently guess at another I frequently guess at what another statement means and respond to it based on my guess. Number 15, I never felt close to one or both of my parents. Number 16, I can't talk. I confuse love with pity and tend to love people I can pity. Number 17, I ridicule myself and others if they make a mistake. Number 18, I give in easily and conform to the group. Number 19, I'm fiercely competitive and a poor loser. And last but not least, number 20, my most profound fear is the fear of abandonment, and I'll do anything to hold on to a relationship. Okay. Everybody take a deep breath. It's going to be all right, I promise. Now go up through that whole list and count the number of yeses. If you have answered yes to 10 or more of those questions, you need to do some serious work. And that's where we're not going to stop, so don't worry about that. But that's where we get into trying to figure out where your inner child got wounded, which is the next phase. So that was just kind of a breather, to find out if you have a wounded child. Maybe you answered no to everything. And if you did, congratulations. You probably had an awesome childhood and turned into an awesome adult. However, I'm willing to bet about 99.9999996% of you said yes to at least 10 things. Okay.
Listen, I've taken that assessment before, and the first time was disgusting on the number of yeses.
Well, it's not a good or a bad thing. It's just, and so I want to, you say disgusting. I want to get rid of that.
Okay.
I would rather hear you say I said remarkably yes to more things than I did now because I've done work on myself. And that's always a good way to measure how the work is going. If you get into a place and you take the assessment again and it's more yeses than previously, might want to look into that because there's something not right going on in your life. But yeah.
It was significantly higher.
Yep.
Or lower this time around. There we go.
Well, and that's because you've been doing work for the last 2 years, right?
Yeah.
So here's the thing, right? I mean, okay, we're going to get into this a little bit further and see if we can find where your child was wounded. Hang on. I'm getting there. Everyone's so quiet. So there's so many things that are in this book. Again, this book is called Homecoming by John Bradshaw. He also authored Reclaiming Virtue as well, which is another good book by him. And this book has lots of ways that you can go and see. I mean, it has so many things that you can do in here to help the wounded you. Okay. So we're going to see where you are on the wound scale right now. Okay, without going into a lot of detail, this is 16 questions. And what I want you to do, again, on your piece of paper, they're all yes and no's. After you hear each question, wait and get in touch with your feelings of what you feel. If you feel a stronger energy for yes, then answer yes. For no, answer no. If you answer any question with yes, you can suspect that your wonderful infant inner child has been wounded. And there are degrees of woundedness. It's somewhere on the scale of 1 to 100. The more questions that you feel are to be answered yes, the more the infant self was wounded. So we're going to go through this. And again, this is age 0 to 9 month, or the infant wounded self. On the developmental polarity, this is about basic trust versus mistrust, okay? So we're going to go through these, and this is just 16. And here we go. So on your paper, write infant. And then again, each yes means there's more wounds in that infant. Number 1, do you have or have you had in the past ingestive addiction, like overeating, over drinking, over drugging? Number 2, do you have trouble trusting your ability to get your needs met? Or do you believe that you must find someone to meet them for you? Dramatic pause. Number 3, do you find it hard to trust other people? Or do you feel that you must be in control at all times? Number 4, do you fail to recognize body signals of physical needs? For example, do you eat when you're not hungry, or are you often not aware of how tired you are? Number 5, do you neglect your physical needs? Like, do you ignore good nutrition or fail to get enough exercise, or do you go to the doctor or dentist only in an emergency? Number 6, do you have deep fears of abandonment, or do you feel like you have, or have you ever felt desperate because a love relationship ended? Number 7, have you considered suicide because a love relationship has ended? Like your lover has left you, or your spouse filed for divorce, anything like that. Number 8, do you often feel that you don't truly fit in or belong anywhere? Or do you feel that people don't really welcome you or want your presence? Number 9, in social situations, do you try to be invisible so that no one will notice you? Number 10, do you try to be so helpful or even indispensable in your love relationships that the other person, friend, lover, spouse, child, whatever, cannot leave you? Happy birthday, Spork. Spork in the streets. I love that name. Number 11, is oral sex what you most desire and fantasize about? Number 12, do you have a great need to be touched and held? This often manifested by your needing to be touched or hug others, often without asking them. Number 13, do you have a continual and obsessive need to be valued and esteemed? Number 14, are you often biting and sarcastic to others? Number 15, do you isolate yourself and stay alone a lot of the time, or do you feel like it's not worth trying to have a relationship? Number 16, and the final one here, are you often gullible? Do you accept others' opinions or swallow things whole, so to speak, without thinking them through? And that is the end of the infancy questions. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through these different questionnaires and see where people seem to be more wounded before I go into actually how to heal things. Because that seems to be the smart way to do this. Where's my cursor? There we go. I'm going to add a picture. So again,
Is it all creepy?
Yeah. This is for your toddler if you're keeping track on your pen and paper. These are the toddler questions, and there are 22 of those. There is no right or wrong answer. If you feel the need for yes, say yes. If you feel the need for no, say no. The more that you answer yes or no to means the more wounded your toddler self is. Pardon me. Number 1, do you have trouble knowing what you want? Number 2, are you afraid to explore when you go to a new place? Number 3, are you afraid to try out new experiences? Like, if you do try them, do you always wait until someone else has tried first? Number 4, do you have great fears of abandonment? Number 5, in difficult situations, do you long for someone to tell you what to do? Number 6, if someone gives you a suggestion, do you feel you ought to follow it? Number 7, do you have trouble actually being in your experience? For example, when you're on vacation looking at an exciting sight, are you worrying about the tour bus leaving without you? Number 8, are you a big worrier? Number 9, do you have trouble being spontaneous? For example, would you be embarrassed to sing in front of a group of people just because you were happy? That's not karaoke night. Number 10, do you find yourself in frequent conflicts with people in authority? Number 11, do you often use words that center on defecation or urination, like asshole, shit, piss? Does your sense of humor focus on bathroom type jokes? Number 12, are you obsessed with men or women's buttocks? Do you prefer to fantasize about or engage in anal sex more than any other kind? Number 13, are you often accused of being stingy with money, love, or showing emotions or affections? Number 14, do you tend to be obsessive about neatness and cleanliness? Number 15, do you fear anger in other people or in yourself? Number 16, will you do almost anything to avoid conflict? Number 17, do you feel guilty when you say no to someone? Number 18, do you avoid saying no directly but often refuse to do what you've said you would in a variety of indirectly manipulative and passive ways? Number 19, do you sometimes go berserk and inappropriately let go of all control? Number 20, are you often excessively critical of other people? Number 21, do you act nice to people when you're with them and then gossip and criticize them when they go away? Are you a backstabber? And lastly, number 22, when you achieve success, do you have trouble enjoying or even believing in your accomplishments? And that ends the toddler self. Again, that was 6 months to 3 years or so. And again, these are just for you. Nobody else has to see them. I often tell people, instead of writing yes and no, like 1 yes, 2 no, 3, whatever, just putting the header toddler and then make tick marks for the yeses. Doesn't even matter what they were. Now this is the next one. It's the preschool self. And it only has 16 questions. Pretty simple. And this is from 3 to 6 years old. Do you have number 1, sorry. Do you have severe identity problems? And to aid you in answering this, considering the following question. Who are you? Does an answer come easily? No matter what your sexual preference, do you feel like you're really a man, a woman? Do you over dramatize your sex, try to be macho or sexy? Yes or no? Number 2, even when you have sex in a legitimate context, do you feel guilty? Number 3, do you have trouble identifying what you're feeling at any given moment? Number 4, do you have communication problems with the people you are close to, like your spouse, child, boss, friends, etc., etc.? Number 5, do you try to control your feelings most of the time? Number 6, do you try to control the feelings of others around you? Number 7, do you cry when you're angry? Number 8, do you rage when you're scared or hurt? Number 9, do you have trouble expressing your feelings? Number 10, do you believe that you're responsible for other feelings or other people's behavior or feelings? Like, for example, do you feel that you can make someone sad or angry? Also, so I guess number 10A, do you feel guilty for what has happened to your family members? There we go. Number 11, do you believe that if you just behave a certain way, you can change another person? That's a big one. I see that a lot. Number 12, do you believe that wishing or feeling something can make it come true? Number 13, do you often accept confusing messages and inconsistent communication without asking for clarification? Number 14, do you act on guesses and unchecked assumptions, treating them as actual information? Are you CNN or NBC, MSNBC, or NBC, or CBS, or you get the idea? Number 15, do you feel responsible for your parents' marital problems or divorce? Last but not least, number 16, do you strive for success so that your parents can feel good about themselves? Pardon me. So that was your preschool self. Ow. The next one is your school age self, and this is from 6 years old through puberty. And there are 5 million questions. No, 18 questions. Again, there are no right or wrong answers. If you feel yes, mark yes. If you feel no, mark no. However you're doing it, we're just gauging how wounded or where you are wounded the most. Okay? Again, this is school age through puberty. Number 1, do you often compare yourself to other people and find yourself inferior? Number 2, do you wish you had more good friends of both sexes? Number 3, do you frequently feel uncomfortable in social situations? 4 is another one of those two-parters. 4A, do you feel uncomfortable being a part of a group? And 4B, do you feel most comfortable when you are alone? Number 5, are you sometimes... That wasn't the question. Are you sometimes told that you're excessively competitive, or do you feel like you must win? Number 6, another two-parter, 6A. Do you have frequent conflicts with other people you work with? And what about people within your family? So do you have frequent conflicts with people in your family? Number 7, in negotiations, do you either A, give in completely, or B, insist on having things your own way? Again, it's a yes or no. Number 8, do you pride yourself on being strict and literal, following the letter of the law? Number 9, here's a big one for people. Do you procrastinate a lot? Number 10, do you have trouble finishing things? Number 11, do you believe you should know how to do things without instructions? Number 12, another two-parter, 12A. Do you have intense fears about making a mistake? 12B. Do you experience severe humiliation if you are forced to look at your own mistake? (13) Do you frequently feel angry and critical of others? Number 14. Are you deficient in basic life skills like the ability to read, the ability to speak and or write with good grammar, ability to do necessary math calculations? I have to answer yes to that apparently because, I can't read the question fully. Number 15, do you spend a lot of time obsessing and or analyzing what someone has said to you? Not about you, but to you. Another two-parter, number 16, do you feel guilt or ugly and inferior? And if yes, to that one, do you try to hide it with clothing, things, money, or makeup? Number 17, do you lie to yourself and others a lot of the time? And number 18, do you believe that no matter what you do, it's not good enough? All right. Next one is adolescence. This is from 13 to 26. If you're not yet 13 to 26, you probably don't need to deal with this one. And this one has 14 questions. Here we go. Are you frequently in conflict with authority figures, bosses, police, other officials? Number 2, do you feel enraged by senseless rules and regulations that others seem to accept? Number 3, when you visit your parents, do you quickly fall into the role of the obedient or rebellious child? Number 4, are you confused about who you really are? Number 5, do you feel superior to others because your lifestyle is offbeat and nonconformist? Number 6, do you still follow unquestioningly the religion of your youth? Number 7, are you able to form close relationships only with people of the opposite sex? Number 8, are your non-work relationships with the opposite sex sexual or romantic? Number 9, you are a dreamer,
preferring to read like romance novels or science fiction rather than taking action in your life. Number 10, do people sometimes tell you to grow up? Number 11, do you find it almost impossible to speak your opinion when it goes against the accepted norm? Do you bite your tongue? Number 12, do you rigidly follow a guru or a hero, or are you deeply attracted to cults or secret groups? That's an interesting question. 13, do you talk a lot about the great things you're going to do but never do them? And last but not least, do you believe that no one has ever been through the things that you've had to go through, or that no one could really understand your unique plan? How we all doing out there, guys? Okay, so you all right over there?
Yeah, I'm good.
And again, if any of this stuff brought you to tears, you're okay. Everything's going to be fine. I promise. Now you can kind of see how bad and at what phase you were mainly wounded in, right? There are several in there that I had to still say yes to. And I'm sure there's others out there that are still saying yes to. This gives you an idea of where your inner child was wounded. And it's probably multiple different places, right? You probably said yes to some in pretty much every category if you said yes to any of them. So then we go into, the easy part, right? This is always the easiest part is, how to heal your wounded inner child, right? It's going to be easy. Piece of cake, right? Now that you've identified it, it's just like that. You're done. Congratulations. If only it worked that way. Anything good you need to work at, right? That's kind of one of those misnomer type things, but there's a lot to go through. And we don't have the time. I mean, we're already at a little over an hour and a half. But I do want to hit some of this stuff, right? Step 1. I'm just going to go briefly through these. And what I'd like to do is have you send an email to show@taboo.media and let me know where your wounded inner child was hurt the most. I mean, you can give me numbers. You can say, infant 4, adolescent 6, whatever the case might be. And then we'll go into more depth in a future episode of just that particular one or the more popular ones. Because literally I could probably do this for like 3 or 4 days. So step 1, let's think of 3 positive experiences that you've had in adulthood that you needed and missed in infancy. Right? Like the experience of being welcomed, being held and cuddled, or, someone accepting you unconditionally. Step 2, close your eyes and remember that experience. You'll actually be there, seeing out of your own eyes and feeling your feelings. When you can feel the joy of being welcomed, make a kinesthetic anchor with your thumb and finger, right?
Hold it for 30 seconds and then release it. Open your eyes and focus on something around you. Wait a few minutes, then close your eyes and do the experience again, or the next experience, whatever it might be. Anchor it exactly the same way. Finger and thumb. Hi, Mommy. Now, this is a method called stacking the anchor, and stacking intensifies the power of the resource of the anchor, and it increases the voltage, if you will. Open your eyes and spend a few minutes focusing on some object in the room, then close and do experience C. You do that over and over. Step 3, now that you have that anchor to the feelings of infancy, go back in meditation and follow it until you're the infant in your crib. Anchor the feeling of being alone and unwanted. This is your negative anchor. Put it in your left hand instead of the right. Or if you're right-handed, do it in your... You get the idea. Do it in your opposite dominant hand. By touching your left thumb to a finger on your left hand and your left-handed put the anchor on your right hand, we call this anchor X. Okay. Step 4. Now you're going to the strengths that you have anchored in step 2. Bring them back to your infancy. Do this by touching both anchors X and Y simultaneously. You hold them. You let yourself feel yourself become welcome to the world. Let yourself feel those warm huggings. And when you're filled with warmth and strength, let go of both anchors and open your eyes and let yourself feel that unconditional positive regard. This is just one way, people. I mean, we can go into a number of different ways to do this. Step 5, then, sit with that experience for 10, 15 minutes and let yourself assimilate it. And then you've championed that infant child. You mix those earliest neurological imprints with later, more nurturing ones. And then from now on, when you enter this new situation and your infancy is triggered, it'll experience your new experience, that XY anchor. The old experience X will also fire, but it will no longer dominate that one. From now on, when your infancy needs come up, you'll have more of a choice. And I wish we had more time. I think we're going to have to do another one just on championing the inner child, because that was very vague and really you didn't get through a lot of it. But yeah, let me know where you stand as far as where the majority of your issues were, and we'll go through those. What I'll probably do is do a separate video or separate broadcast of how to champion each stage. I think that would be best, don't you?
Yeah, we could maybe do it later this week if we have time and not do a full 2 weeks on it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there are 8 different sections, right? Somewhere in there.
I know there's a lot.
But yeah, I think that might actually be the best way to do it, is to go through each phase, and we'll heal each phase separately. So, but let me know. The one that we'll do first will be the one that comes up with the most yeses or the biggest wounds from everybody. That way you don't have to wait forever. However, I would also like to say that it's probably best that you do it in steps. For example, if you have any at all in yes, you want to start there, or any at all in like infancy, you want to start there. If you don't have any up until adulthood or young adult or adolescent or wherever it might be, then you probably don't have as much work to do in the past, for like infancy and stuff like that. But again, if you're honest with yourself, and you can go back and re-watch this all you want, it'll be playing again here shortly. But if you go back and you want to do the questionnaires again, you can certainly do that. I would like to hear more from everybody as to where they think they're most damaged and go from there. Sorry, there's some stuff going on with one of my stores. Anyway, but I'll end up doing each section. We'll start with infancy and we'll go from there. But if, people are more or less saying, no, we didn't have much in infancy, I might do, adolescent or young adulthood first, depending on where that is. So let me know either in the comments, shoot us an email at show@taboo.media, and let us know. Or you can give us a call, 970-999-5176, and just say, hey, I would like to hear how to heal my inner teenager, or whichever section you were in. Thanks for coming in, Mommy. Mommy Lioness is the person who actually, and I waited until she got here, you notice that? The person who actually gave me the idea to do this whole segment for championing and healing that wounded inner child. And I do want to thank her. By all means, check out her channel. She's a great person, great personality, great energy. Somebody that you can just kind of chill with. But yeah, I can tell you one thing from working through this book before in my life. There are going to be moments, if I can talk, where you will cry. And that's okay, because crying again is a way to help heal, to cleanse and heal those distant wounds. And everybody needs to do that. It's not a sign of weakness. It's actually more of a sign of strength. So I just want you all to be aware of that. If you have anything else that you want to talk about, right now we are set to do, what are we doing next? Oh yeah, we're going to do some more, probably Raw Session 2 in the next video. We will be doing the Session 2 of the Book of, or the Law of One sessions, and we will be talking about that. And then we'll probably do some more of the homecoming, championing that inner child, and we'll kind of bounce back and forth from those, but you can always check out our videos on taboo.media. Anything else you want to say?
I don't think so.
She's been very quiet this time.
I have. I've been focusing.
Well, and it's a good focus, right?
Yes.
So, yeah, but we'll go through all of these, both with the book is called Homecoming by John Bradshaw, Reclaiming and Healing Your Inner Child. Highly recommend this book. I have no idea how much it costs. It looks like $17. Totally worth it. It's only like 288 pages, and some of that's the prologue and epilogue. So it's not a huge read, but it's definitely something that I suggest that you go through, take a listen or read, or get it on an audiobook. It doesn't matter. There's good things in there that we'll all go through for each session, like the meditations, and all that good stuff. And I'll actually probably walk you through the meditations in this case. It's easier if you have somebody saying it than trying to read it and do it yourself. So there will be times where I'll tell you, just close your eyes. We're going to go through this, and then my voice will get all monotone and very quiet. And I won't be like emphasizing certain words. I'll just be talking like, this. So I've been told I have a very hypnotic voice to begin with, so it's probably going to be a good thing. I'll guide you through those meditations. We'll laugh, we'll cry. Everything's going to be okay, I promise. Once we're done, we'll have championed that inner child, and you'll be able to pass that on to your kids as well, because that's very important, giving them that identity of self so that they can grow into healthy, productive people as well. With that being said, I have nothing else for tonight. We're almost at the 2-hour mark, which is about an hour longer than I wanted to go tonight. But again, if you have any questions, comments, cute remarks, by all means,
shoot me an email, send me a message in the chat rooms. We do monitor the chat rooms while we're doing the live streams, but we're not always available to talk about them or talk or reply back. So just keep that in mind. But we will see your comments, and we would appreciate that as well. Don't forget to like, follow, and share, because the things that we're doing, I hope at least, are going to be beneficial to many people. That's the whole point of it. Once we get out of these series, we'll go on to some other bizarre topics and things like that. But I think for a while, we're going to stick with the Law of One and Homecoming at this point. So until next time, I want to bid you adieu and thank you again for joining us today. You guys have a great rest of your day, and thanks for watching.